Okay. Roll call vote. Board members, Montoya?
Yes.
To approve the agenda. Board member Aspis to approve the agenda as is.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
No, I don't care to approve the agenda. I believe the last meeting, it was said to use the old template that was,
Point of order, Madam President, we're voting now.
that,
Okay. How do you vote, Board member Aspis? Oh, she voted no. Okay. Secretary
and
So?
also to, I believe there was public comments, and
We will get to the public comment.
so
We're voting.
I believe, I mean,
We're voting.
we're following rules, but they're a meeting too late, and I believe this
Board
was
member
an
Aspis,
item-
we're voting. There's already been point of
there was
order.
an item already on the agenda the last
Okay,
meeting,
Madam President, I
and
vote yes.
Okay,
and
and Vice
there was a
President,
majority
Vice
that
President
said
Wells,
to
how do you vote?
use the old template of the meeting.
How do you
And
vote?
so
We're moving
this is
forward.
direct, blatant disregard for a majority say in the meeting.
do you
Your
vote?
president, yes, but in title only, not in dictatorship.
Approve the agenda.
That's the,
So
that's the way the format is in board
I
policy.
want that noted and taken, and
So how the old format got,
and I can't
was made
believe that
is
the
not the format
board
that's in the board
attorney
policy.
end up siding with this, and it shows
we
the
are not in
personal
compliance.
agendas on here, on this board. And if the board attorney was,
Thank you. Vice President Wells, how do you vote?
we would have had the majority speak, and the agenda would be the same.
I don't yet. I vote. I vote yes.
And I vote yes. So 4 approval, 1 oppose. Number 2, consent agenda review, consent agenda, and where is
Right.
the,
Madam President, with that, I make a motion to approve all the items listed under consent agenda.
hold on, there's,
No, the public comments right here.
oh, public, okay, never mind, thank you. Okay, 2, consent agenda review, consent agenda items. No presentation will be provided for these items. These are routine matters. Applicable documents have been provided in board docs and posted with the agenda for the board and public review. Approve minutes from May 7, 2025, special school board meeting, and May 20, 2025, work session, regular school board meeting. How do you vote? You already posed your,
Yes, I made a motion to approve all the items listed on the consent agenda. They're all in the packet, and I've had sufficient time to review.
do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Roll call vote on that. Board member Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board member Aspis, how do you vote?
Is it back on? Oh, never mind. So no, because all of these things, these items that are listed, it is our board member fiduciary
Okay.
duties to do this.
Board member
And we
Aspis,
are
point of order.
streamlining-
Again, we're in the middle of vote.
And I don't accept that. I think our constituents, our community.
Board
should
member,
hear these
So,
discussions,
So,
especially
how do you vote?
financial
Secretary So.
I vote yes.
So.
Vice President Wells, how do you
I
vote?
against it, and I say no, and I would like that noted. Thank you.
I
And
vo-
again, our
I-
board attorney sided with the few, and again, we're not fulfilling our duties as board members.
I vote to approve.
And I vote to approve. 4 approval, 1 opposed, and 0 abstaining. Okay, page.
Not abstaining, I'm
Oh, not
saying
abstaining,
no.
not you. I didn't say that you, there was no abstentions. I said 1 opposed. Okay, 3, possible questions from the board on consent agenda items and/or discussion of items pulled from consent agenda. A, possible item removed from consent agenda.
We're
We
past
didn't
that.
do that. 4,
We're at
action,
We're at 5, Madam President.
I'm going down the list. 4, action on consent agenda, so nothing, A, action of consent agenda. So there was,
The secretary is clearly
so there
the
was
one running the
nothing.
meeting. Why is there no point of order?
5, student, staff, and community recognition. A, NMSBA 2025 Scholarship Award to Kalani Peters. Is Kalani here? Kalaya? Okay, Kalaya. Kalia.
Testing, 1, 2. Go ahead, Leah.
It's,
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, and guests who have joined today, it is a privilege to honor Kalia Peters, our Shiprock High School valedictorian for 2025, as she is the New Mexico School Board Association scholarship recipient, as she will be awarded $1,000 to continue her education in college. So if we can give a round of applause, please. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, it's perfect timing because I see Mr. Joe Guillen, who has joined us virtually, to share a few words, if you would allow.
go ahead, Mr. Guillen.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm on the road, but I'm very pleased that you invited me to attend this special ceremony. I understand you'll be presenting the scholarship award and making that announcement this evening to a outstanding senior from your high school, Kalila Peters. So I just wanted to let everyone know that our board of directors over the last several years has approved us using some of our budget for 24 scholarships every year, 3 to each region. And we try and do this based on special criteria, including scholastics, extracurricular activities, and community service. So we're very pleased that Kalila has been selected by the Region Nominating Committee to receive the award this year. And we're also thankful to the board for having nominated her to receive the award. We had over 51 nominations throughout the state, and her credentials were such that she was selected. So congratulations to everyone involved, Delilah, her parents, and education, and the district for doing such a good job with students like her.
Thank you, Mr. Guillen. Oh, yeah.
I just want to thank, it's Kalia, correct? Yes. Kalia, and make sure that we pronounce it correctly from here on in. So I apologize for my mistake and for anybody else's. We think you've done amazing things in this district, and we appreciate all your hard work and that of your parents as well. I'm told that not only did you have perfect attendance for 13 years, but so do several of your siblings. all of your siblings. And that's fantastic. That's amazing. So congratulations and thank you. And thank you for showing up, Mr. Guillen. We appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Noble.
Board members, do you have any comments?
May I please?
Yes, go ahead.
I know when this was first brought to attention, her mom tried to deflect that responsibility and that great honor for her daughter and, quite frankly, all her children to do what they did. Without that very strong support, without the parents behind these children to do that, they don't flourish. So to the two of you, thank you very much.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Yes, our Region 1 president, Priscilla Benali from Gallup Board, she wanted to be here to present that, and I don't know what happened, but apparently that didn't happen, so, but she wanted to be here to do that honor, but congratulations, and, you know, and I think when Joe and the board looked at that, that was probably something that really stood out as the perfect attendance, because that's amazing. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Peters, for all the excellent work that you've done so far. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And I had the opportunity of visiting with Miss Peters and announcing to her that she had won that award indeed, and grateful for that privilege, and congratulations again to you and to your family.
Well, I'm sorry I missed to see you speak at your graduation. It's such a tremendous honor for our school district to have a student like you, a family like yours, that really values education. I know that you're gonna make great things. You're gonna do awesome things, and it's already starting. You're starting your journey, educational journey, on the right foot, and we're just so honored that you call Shiprock High School your starting point. So we look forward to seeing all the amazing things that you're gonna do in your future. And thank you to the family for always supporting all the kids. And really, it's a huge accomplishment when you have perfect attendance. I mean, through all the different seasons and all the different illnesses, for you to still maintain that perfect attendance, that's just so amazing. So congratulations, and we're just so proud of you. Thank you.
Madam President, members of the board,
Yes.
Superintendent Carlson, I did ask Kalia to practice her speech before she came up here. If you wouldn't mind her sharing a few words, maybe on her ambitions of what she's going to do.
We'd love to hear from her.
I did not practice, but I just want to thank everybody who made this possible, especially in my school. I had Miss Talley. Miss Talley was like my rock through everything. She helped me with everything I've accomplished. I mean, she's the reason I have my degree from San Juan.
Oh, nice.
The principal who nominated me and wrote everything for me, I just appreciate her so much. And my parents had a lot to do with my education. My mom, even when she worked 2 jobs, she still had time to help me with my homework and make sure I was on school on time every day. My siblings, even when they were at college, I could FaceTime them and they would help me. And I was really blessed with an extraordinary family like them. So I just want to thank everybody here today. Mr. Noble for getting me up here, and just thanking him for everything he's done, all the interviews he's done. Even though they were not the best, but I'm glad we got through them together. So just thank you to everybody here today. Yeah.
Yes, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. 6, comments from the audience. In order to recognize staff or community members from the audience who wish to speak to the board, we ask that you fill out this card and present to the board prior to the start of the meeting. Please limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes. The board requests your cooperation in resolving issues or concerns by asking you to follow the chain of command and consult with the appropriate school district personnel prior to discussing the issues with the board. Doing so will usually result in a more timely solution. Public comments and observations regarding non-agenda items that fall within the responsibility of the board may be heard at this time. Although board members may provide a short response, the board is not able to discuss matters not listed on the agenda. Comments regarding matters under litigation will not be allowed. We are interested in your comments and concern. Thank you. Ms. Aspis.
So I'll try to say this as respectfully as I can. But attended the New Mexico School Board Association, and I, upon attending general session, and those of you that have attended before, I think you all know the process, and as you attend, attendance is taken, so the clipboard is passed around, and I say this mainly because of fraud, and those of us that sign forms that talk about fraud, if we know anything about it, and I think this is along the lines, but the clipboard is passed around, and I noticed that a board member had a signature on there. And then I just thought it was kind of odd because he came rushing in about maybe an hour later. And so there were several that witnessed this, not just me, and for their sake of being ousted or treated the way I'm treated now. I won't disclose, but also I thought that was the end of it, and clearly somebody had signed this board member in while he wasn't in there, and then the next day, the breakout sessions that occurred, again, I see the same thing, the board member's name. The signatures don't even match. I have pictures, and some of the response that I got later was very surprising to me, and from the staff of NMSBA, and saying that it happens all the time for this individual. And so again, you know, there's times when I've missed sessions and, you know, come on late, but I don't put people up to signing for me. And now, more so, there's a bill and we have to keep points. And so, I take this, my position very seriously, and I know things happen, but I mean, you should have seen this staff person's face and the way they had talked. I think then you would have known that it wasn't exaggerated, or it wasn't just that one day. It's something that occurs all the time with this individual or this board person. And so, and just the things that I've seen, it just sums it up. And I don't care, I will still voice, I will still say, And, you know, there's certain duties of a board's member, and then going to a function like that, where they're supposed to mold an upcoming new board member in integrity and honesty, and you're representing your district and your constituents, right? I think this is just disregarded in this board's member position. Thank you.
Krista Simon.
Short jokes.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Simon. I am a teacher at Newcomb Middle School, and I am fortunate to have my driver's license and can attend the school board meetings for Central Consolidated School District. I have, in the course of the last 28 years, had the opportunity to attend many of them, and chapter meetings and community activities. And I'd like to bring a challenge to our board and our administration and the schools. And I'd like to acknowledge the school board, our president, school board, Mr. Carlson, our superintendent, and staff, students, parents. This is one that I would like to have addressed. And with the focus of our students, our children, there have been events that have been scheduled that are at the exact same time as community events. I've sent Jared 2 different flyers, one for our school district about events on June 24th, 25th, 26th. It's the same time as the Restoring and Celebrating Family Wellness Youth Leadership Conference that will be in Shiprock. So here's the challenge. I would like to see more focus on collaboration between our school district, schools, communities, because I want our kids to do all of it, not just some of it. And if parents have influence on their children and transportation, certain options, I would like them to participate in those leadership opportunities that the Restoring and Celebrating Family Wellness organization is doing, because they go around to all the chapters and they do events like the Res Cafe events. And we need to have more involvement, more participation. And I think because our kids and families have so much going on, I'd like to see an effort to have perhaps a committee group that can work with those stakeholders so that our kids don't miss out. So that's what I'm here to speak about, and thank you for your time.
Hold on. What about the chapter meetings?
Oh, the chapter events. So chapters are also involved with this process because they have work, summer youth employment, and I mentioned Jordan Washburn, shout out to her from Sanasti, who actually planned to have the summer employment after our kids were doing the summer program. Some of them had to do makeup dual programs, or what, I forgot the name of that one, where they have to make up credits. And so they were waiting to do their youth summer employment until after. That way our kids do the requirements and then can still work. So I'm really big on giving those kids opportunities like that. So also, there was a river rafting trip, 6 days, 23rd, 24th, for a week. And I want the kids to have an opportunity like that. And there were some conflicts with some school events, including the last day snow day. So, and I know we have the new schedule and such. So, but I think the collaboration the conversations. I'd like to see people involved together in planning out when things are happening so our kids can participate in all of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cheryl George.
Good evening, board members and community and staff that are here tonight. I just have, I'm gonna read off my notes here, so, because I timed it, so 3 minutes. So my name is Cheryl George, and I'm speaking tonight as both a parent and as a gifted student, of a gifted student and a former member of this board. My daughter completed middle school at Sepeti Middle School. She graduated from Shiprock High School, and most recently she graduated with her bachelor's BSN for nursing from Mount Marty University. I've seen this district from multiple angles, by policy, budget, and most importantly, the experience of our students. That's why I feel compelled to speak out about the recent changes to the gifted program at Sepeti Middle School. My child was fortunate to be part of the gifted program during her middle school years. It was not just an enrichment, it was a lifeline. The program provided academic challenge, social, emotional support, and how to be an active leader in our community. Through the Sepeti Middle School Gifted Program, she participated in the annual Elderly Thanksgiving Dinner where she volunteered to cook and serve meals to the elderly. She gained public speaking and public health skills by presenting at the Sepeti Middle School Cross Country Pink Meet, raising awareness about breast cancer. She also performed in the 10-year running shadow play, Our Story, which explores the live experiences of our Dene people and serves as a powerful tool for healing for our community. That's why I'm deeply concerned about the decision to eliminate the dedicated middle school gifted position. By splitting the position between high school and middle school, the district is diluting the consistency and depth that these students need at a time in their development when support is most critical. Middle school is when gifted learners often disengage if their needs aren't met. They need a teacher who understands their development, their intensities, their creativity, and who can build a trusting relationship over time. You cannot do that when you're stretched across multiple schools. This isn't just a scheduling issue, it's a quality of education issue. As a former board member, I also want to raise concerns about process. Staffing decisions like this should be grounded in student data, community input, and a commitment to equity. Instead, what we're seeing feels abrupt and difficult to justify, especially when other in neighboring communities within the district have remained intact. I urge the board to pause and re-examine this decision. Our gifted students are critical to our district, and they are part of our obligation under state law and our district's own goals for academic excellence. They need stability, challenge, and teachers who are licensed, experienced, and empowered to serve them fully. Please do not allow this program to erode through the staffing cuts. Our students and their futures deserve better. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Okay, thank you. There's one last comment. It says, hello, I want to formally invite each of you to the 2025 San Juan College Fair, August 8th through the 17th. I can share the official schedule once this is public. I listed what each kid will be competing in. However, students will also be competing in their respective showmanship competitions, San Juan County bread shows, fitting contests, judging contests, welding contests, special needs, pig show volunteers, and volunteering time at AG Education booths, which will take place during the week. Between 4-H and FFA clubs and chapters will be the highest participating club in the entire county by some margin. KMS, this does not include incoming 7th graders that may be participating and choose to join FFA at the start of the fall 2025 semester. Paisley Foster, Market Hog, Horse Show, Rodeo, Cassidy Garcia, Market Hogs, market lambs, market goats, horse shows, rabbits, poultry, waterfowl, Blaine, James, market steers, market goats, breeding doe, KCHS, Heather Finch, freshman, market lamb, market goats, Holt, James, freshman, market hogs, market steers, market goats, Kaylee Foster, freshman, market hogs, market lambs, breeding ewes, Bryce Sanders, senior, market steers, market lambs, Roan Faka, sophomore, market rabbits, Kimberly Guerrero, yeah, sophomore, market rabbits, SJCF, royalty, court, Yesenia Padroza, sophomore, market lambs, market goat, market hog, rabbits, poultry, waterfowl, SJCF, royalty, court, Tizil, how do you say it? Tizidal, Manuelito, market, freshman, market, boiler, poultry, waterfowl, Caleb Thompson, sophomore, market hog, market goat, breeding doe, Theron Galden, senior, market lamb, Zachary Stock, junior, market lamb, market hogs, Zachary Decker, junior, market hog, Deshaun at City, sophomore, market lamb, Clayton Carlston, freshman, breeding doe, market hog, Fallon Carlston, senior, market steer, market goat, market lamb, Dan Lee, triplet, freshman, horse show, rodeo, Sydney triplet, sophomore, horse show, rodeo, Delane Carlisle, graduated, breeding heifers, market steers, breeding does. Thank you, Zane Weber. That was a lot. Okay. Thank you. Okay, where am I? 7. Number 7, reports from the board and superintendent. A, reports from the board.
Madam President, I have nothing.
Okay. Board member Aspis.
So I think today was cleanup day in Shiprock, and I'm so sad that I missed it. Looking at Alfreda, she's all sunburned. But I truly wanted to be there, but I just got off night shift, I just wanted to report from the conference with the Kalia Peters, her award, and you know, all the scholarship people. They used to bring them, they used to invite them, but I don't know anymore how that goes, but our Region 1, who is Priscilla Benali, wanted to present it. She was willing to come down from Gallup and present it, yeah, we get those recipients, and you know, whoever the principal sends our way, and we look at those packets, and so that's how that process goes. But yeah, so I was really surprised that Priscilla wanted to be that person to do that, and I think that speaks volumes.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Secretary So.
I don't have anything to report.
I don't have a report, but I just wanted to remind the public that there is a school safety summit coming up, and I think it's really beneficial. We had the last safety summit in Phil Thomas, I think 2 years ago, so we can put that on the website, but it's really helpful. There's information about what to do when there's situations that occur in the school, and there's behavioral health tracks to when something traumatic happens, how to handle that as teachers and parents. So it's something that's really useful. I think it was trying to think it's useful for everybody in the community, for parents, for staff members, and stakeholders who really want to help and keep our students safe. Thank you. And then next, B, report from Superintendent General and reporting of student travel fundraising requests. Gift donations approved administratively by Superintendent.
It's a little bit. No. We'll do this one. All right, I do have several donations, approval donations. The first one is $150 from the Clabito Chapter House for students in the TBA band program applying for financial assistance. Funds will be used for the music in the parks, or they were, up from May 1st through 4th. From the So Good Brisket and Pork Ribs, there was a money order of $100 toward registration fees for North American Invitational Rugby Tournament in Salt Lake City, Utah, for Newcomb High School Rugby Club. From Mark Winter, donated to the Future Farmers of America, $200 for travel expenses. From Don Dennison and Thomas Teller, a cash donation of $100 to the Newcomb High School class of 2026 to be utilized toward their senior year in Newcomb High School graduation decorations, senior banquet recognition, etc. From the Sanasti Chapter Government to Newcomb High School, the Newcomb Rugby Club also, $300 for the North American Invitational Rugby Sevens Tournament in Salt Lake City, Utah on July 25th through 27th. Should be a good trip for those folks. One more donation, and the donor is the New Mexico Ag and the Classroom. A check for $100 to the Shiprock FFA chapter to continue to teach New Mexico Ag in the Classroom Ag Literacy projects. And those are all I have for today. Thank you. No other reports other than I'll just go ahead and comment on the cleanup today. I was able to head over there. Thank you for ICO and especially for Dr. Harvey for really putting that together. When I got there, she had been working 4 hours. I didn't spend that long there, but I was able to. They used me to reach the high spots for painting that they couldn't reach. So it was important that I showed up for at least for that, right? So. Yes, so thank you for doing that, and I believe we need to do more community-based projects like that, and it's great that we're able to do that and get out and help the community, so thank you.
If you're serious, I'd like to do one for the police, like Sassy did.
Sure. Absolutely.
Okay. That's okay. Number 8, reports on possible board action. A, tickets at work implementation program by Marlena Harvey.
Okay, get my stuff here. So, good evening, Board President Haskey, Vice President Wells, and members of the board, Assistant Superintendent and Superintendent Mr. Carlson, and the community. So what I'm here, thank you for adding me to the agenda. So what I would like to go over and present this program that we're currently doing in HR is to roll this out. As you can see on the PowerPoint slide, I just created this yesterday. So It's, I don't know if any of us have heard of Tickets at Work, but I've been doing some research and trying to find a program that we can bring to the school district. And with that said, the first thing that I would like to mention is to you all that this program is at no cost. Does it cost the district anything? There's no fee, no expense to the district, and it requires no contract. So I just want to make sure I put that first on my PowerPoint slide. I also, before I move on, I also invited our guest speaker. His name is Jesse Dillon. So he's kind of like my backup if you all want to see what the demo looks like inside of this platform. We'll get to that later. But the Tickets at Work is something that we want to introduce to our employees, and it's to all of the employees, active employees, and it's basically a cost-free employee savings and discount, and it's designed to help employees stretch their earnings and access experience while they enjoy it, not only for their employees, but they can also use it for their family. I've been researching a lot of the programs out there, but nothing comes too close as this program does for a lot of the corporation or organizations. You know, they provide these types of perks and programs to employers to offer it to their employees. So Tickets at Work is one of the largest perks program, partnering with tons of organization and reaching out to employees nationwide. This network allows them to secure good deals directly from partners, ensuring members always get the best prices through discount and savings. So you're probably wondering, it's too good to be true. Well, there's it also involves marketing, and if you have any questions that you would like to would like for our rep to answer, I did invite him. So, and then platform is totally customizable. I can show you later, or he can show you what it looks like so y'all can see. Good, go to the next slide. So our goal and why are we implementing this? Because we want to provide all CCSD staff with a joyful benefit. And we believe that this program, Tickets at Work, can do just that by adding this valuable addition to our staff benefits and enhancing staff's overall well-being. In addition to that, it also helps and retain employees. It increases the productivity and enhances employees' work-life balance, boosts morale, reduces financial burden, and save money and get discounts, zero cost to CCSD and no contract required. And then with this program, there's 24/7 customer service support, so including chat. Next slide. The key benefits of this program, since we'd like to make it available to all of our staff, they have tons of discount and savings. So I kind of compiled this list here. There's attractions, shows, sporting events like NFL. Employees can get discounts to watch a NFL football game anywhere, like in Texas or wherever. There's also concerts, travel, hotel, flights, rental cars discount, also Sam's Club membership discounts, and employees can also get theme park discount, Disneyland, Universal Studio, water park, SeaWorld, shopping deals, movie tickets, entertainment, and much more. Next. And so when I started researching some of what other places are using this program, I hear, especially in New Mexico public schools, I found out that Farmington Municipal School has this program at their school district. Also Hobbs, APS, Albuquerque Public School, San Juan County, Aztec, Arizona Public Service, The Plant, Presbyterians, Sandia National Lab, Credit Union, Los Alamos, UNM, McKinley County, and the list goes on. So those are all the organizations that have this program at their at their place, at their employer. And then on this slide here, I did 4 reference checks. So like I said, I did some research on how to bring this program here to our district. And out of the 4 reference, and I called out to all the schools, you know, and asked them tons of questions. How is this program? What are the bad part of it? And, you know, all this other stuff that I was just curious. But all in all, this program, out of the reference check results, most of them said that, you know, they love this program. It's a great opportunity for staff with price break and discounts. Usually the highest peak usage occurs during summer and holiday breaks. That's where employees will go into the platform and then get discounts or purchase tickets. They want to take their family to the movie, like to SeaWorld, Disneyland, Universal Studio. And then positive reviews and high satisfaction is what I got. And all in all, it is a great benefits to add to any school district and or companies. So that was my reference check. So with that being said, the reason why I'm here today is because HR is going to be rolling this program out. And keep in mind, it is no cost to the district. There's no fee. It's just an added program for our staff to enjoy any type of benefits they want to use for themselves or their family. So we'll be rolling this out this week. And then we're also going to make it available to all active CCSD staff who have a work email. If a staff separates from the school district, we'll inactivate their account so they won't be able to use it. It's a very simple setup. The Tickets at Work, our reps are willing to help us set it up and implement this program. They can add our district logo on the website, the platform, and then there's a simple registration to it, so where employees can easily create an account using their work email, and once they have that, they can log in and do everything with it. And then also, what's good about this program is they also send out like monthly highlight flyers, you know, like for this month, it's Father's Day, you know, they have good deals, you know, dad deals and, you know, stuff like that. So every month they have different deals and advertisement. And then, so portal and utilization report for data usage, HR will be having access to that, so we're able to see what type of usage there are. I did get a utilization report from one of the schools, and it's a local school here, our neighboring district. And I looked at their usage report, and their results show that their highest peak and their usage is like around spring break, during summers and during the holidays. So it was an eye-opener, because since they're our neighboring district, you know, we have folks that may be wanting to go out to, you know, take vacations with their family, and they can purchase tickets. In addition to that, I did a comparison through this website. You could save like $40 on hotel rates, and then rather than going through the actual hotel, you know, the website. So, you know, we're always talking about trying to save money, and I think this is a really good platform and opportunities for our staff to use. Yep. So that's my piece of presentation. I do have Jesse Dillon, who could show you what the employee platform looks like. He can go through it really quick with you all. But before we roll this out, I wanted to let everybody know, the board members, superintendent and assistant superintendent, you know that we want to roll this out, and it requires no fee to the district. So I have Jesse Dillon on the line.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for that introduction. Terrific job going over the Tickets at Work platform. I did want to just show this front page here. This is what you would see when you log in. And one of the main questions we have, and of course we can have questions, but the first and most important question is, how is it no cost? I do like to address that right off the bat. So upon logging in, you'll see brands like Disney Cruise Line, Royal Caribbean, Rosetta Stone, and more. They're paying us marketing dollars to be on our front page because we have over 55 million users. That allows us to really get great discounts because they want to be seen. And that's how we make the most of our money, is getting marketing dollars to be on our front page. It is also true that when a ticket transaction occurs, we get some kind of micro fraction of a decimal point there. But the bulk of how we stay in business is this front page that you see right here. Other than that, top to bottom, wonderful presentation. Very accurate, and I'm open to any questions if you have any.
Okay, board members, any questions?
Other than just a comment,
Go ahead.
I've said before, we like free.
Any other comments or questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, you quickly threw out their questions, and is there, I know that they always say that nothing is free, and that, you know, on this side of it, we would be paying lower discounts, or the people in this program, but what is it that the downside, I guess, from your end? What is the downside to this?
No, that's a terrific question. Essentially, I can't really answer that other than really there isn't one, because again, we get paid as a company for tickets at work, marketing dollars to be here, the big brands, because they know there's so many people a part of tickets at work. And as we grow even bigger, we get even more aggressive discounts from our partners. One fun fact is that we sell more tickets to Disney World than Disney World sells at their front gate. It's gotten to that point where there's just so many people planning vacations and wanting to save money. That's a great perk to share with your employees.
Okay, say we find out the truth and it's not so great. Is there a way to get out?
Of course. In fact, there's no contract, which makes it very appealing
Okay.
for not only school boards, but county governments, state governments. We recently put in, state of Nebraska, for instance, rolled this out to all of their state employees. It's been a big hit. If for any reason you want to go in a different direction, let us know. We can go ahead and do that, but there's no contract and never any kind of banking information, fees, none of that is ever associated with the account.
Okay, I'll read one review. It says, I was very dissatisfied with the way cancellation was being handled. Then along came customer service manager. So I guess that's one negative review. But anyhow, it sounds great, and especially when you say no money, no contract. It sounds good, and this is for the whole district?
Yeah.
Teachers,
Yes, correct.
everyone?
Tickets at work.
ESS?
And to add to your response there, employees, people who use the program will need to read the details carefully to see what they get as well. So, but all in all, I did my reference check, and it came out positive reviews on that. So,
ESS included?
no, just all current active CCSD employees.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions, board?
Yeah, clarification. This is, you're wanting to use, what I see here are some of the things that you offer, cruises and Disney Park, the theme and whatever, all of the other things, buy the tickets through you. Is that how this works?
Absolutely. It's a one-stop shop for all sorts of different things. For instance, of cruises, we have the latest offers, hotels, rental cars, the theme parks from around the country, and I always like to suggest looking around the shopping deals section. Things like computers and phones, things like gift cards, things like flowers and gifts are very popular for holidays. There's all sorts of different things to stretch the dollars farther.
Okay, I'm just curious, because I'm not a school board, I'm not a school employee anymore, so this doesn't apply to me. Just curious. That's all I have.
Will
Okay.
it add to absences?
Vacation time. Board members, this is an action item, so we will be voting on this, one of these items, but thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time. Thank you, Jesse.
Okay.
Thank you.
Letter B, comprehensive school improvement by Mr. Deswood. Oh, we vote? Is that how it goes? Okay. Okay.
All right, I will
All
make
right.
a motion to
Quick.
approve, I'll
Okay.
make a motion to approve that item.
Second?
Okay, it's been motioned and seconded. Board Member Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Aspis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Secretary So, how do you vote?
Yes.
Vice President Wells, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I vote yes, thank you. Okay, now letter B, comprehensive school improvement by Mr. Deswood.
Good evening, board members, Mr. Carlson, colleagues, and any guests out there. Sharon, can you project? So this item, we need approval and support from the board. So part of the school designations and school accountability, we do need to put this these responses, these narratives on Career Prep High School and Mesa Elementary Schools, CSI or MRI designation, part of the Public Education Department's accountability. So if you take a look at that, how will the board prioritize support, autonomy, and accountability for urgent and sustainable success of evidence-based interventions in the event of LEA or school leadership change. So the response is to ensure the urgent and sustainable success of evidence-based interventions despite potential LEA or school leadership changes. The board will provide prioritized support, autonomy, accountability through a structured oversight framework. This framework includes quarterly updates from each school, which we've done, I believe, 2 updates. Our elementary, middle, and high schools by region have provided updates, but this will focus on what we're doing a little bit more in depth. Offer a regular pulse on intervention progress. So these particular schools do receive site visits from the Public Education Department. 3 members from and a support team come to the schools, and they really do a thorough deep dive and analysis of data that is collected, that is also aligned to their 90-day plan. So the assistant superintendent will conduct monthly check-ins to provide direct support and guidance, alongside monthly calibrations to ensure consistent implementation and fidelity across schools. Furthermore, there will be monthly budget meetings with the C&I department to guarantee adequate resource allocation. Crucially, data updates will be provided twice a year, beginning of year, which we actually do this already. So, but just keep in mind that this is something we have to put into these CSI and MRI.
Can you spell those out?
Yeah, comprehensive school improvement, and then more rigorous interventions. So if it was a A, B, C, D, F, MRI would be considered an F, and then CSI would be considered a D. Okay, so just if we remember when schools used to get letter grades, that's kind of how it lines up. So middle of the year, and of course middle of year and to end of year. So one of the reports we're providing is our beginning of year to end of year data update. So that's essentially kind of what we're doing, which allowing the board to monitor impact and hold leadership accountable for student outcomes, ensuring that interventions remain a top priority regardless of personnel transitions. So no matter what principal comes and goes, we will provide support to these schools and of course support from the board as well. So question 2 is how does the board receive updates on each school's improvement plan and budget for CSI, comprehensive school improvement, more rigorous intervention designated school. So the board will maintain rigorous oversight over CSI schools through a structured and regular update process, ensuring continuous progress and accountability. This includes receiving reports of approved 90-day plans for both the first and second semesters, providing clear actionable roadmaps for improved initiatives. Additionally, to monitor the impact of these plans and the evidence-based interventions, data updates will be provided to the board twice per year, once covering the beginning of the year to middle of year performance and again middle to end of the year. These comprehensive data reviews will ensure the board to track student outcomes, assess the effectiveness of leadership, and ensure the academic and support interventions remain a paramount priority regardless of any changes in LE or school leadership. So the school principals will come in and give reports and updates to you all as well. Once their 90-day plans are approved, they'll come and present those to you. Again, like I said, you know how there's an action item on the board agenda? Further down, we'll have to upload this documentation that it was presented to our school, our LEA, or local education.
Okay, just a quick clarification. The schools that were listed on top of the document, are they new designations?
No, those are the designations that they've held all year.
Okay.
The new designations will come out, I believe, in October or November of this school year. So if they come off that status, then they won't have to do this.
Okay.
They'll still receive the funds. However, the monitoring and those beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year site visits will stop. Actually, it'll be optional, of course, you know, just to maintain support. But if the principal of the schools decide not to, then they'll back off. So the third one is what measures are in place for the Board of Education to ensure ongoing monitoring, accountability throughout the year. So the board will receive consistent and detailed updates from the assistant superintendent and principal to ensure robust oversight and support for school improvement.
I have
These
a comment.
Go ahead.
So, you were saying that the curriculum on your second point.
That's
second
correct.
paragraph.
So whenever we go and provide calibrations, we go into classrooms and do walkthroughs, and then we look to see if what teachers are teaching is aligned to the topics, is aligned to our curriculum documents, meaning our pacing guides.
Okay,
Okay.
you mentioned a 90-day plan, and then you come back to the board. Has that happened before?
It has not. That's a new requirement. In one of the sessions at the law conference, Mr. So was in, this was one of the things that they said was an additional requirement, was that this right now that's happening, we have to present this for you all to approve. Like I said, this now is going to go in as an artifact or evidence that it was completed. So anytime Career Prep or Mesa Elementary School come before the board to present, we have to take the document that was presented and how the board voted to approve it, and then we have to upload that into a Google Drive so that the public education department can see that that is done. So it's a lot more in depth. We've presented that 90-day plans have been submitted, but this is really the school is going to have to come in and update you. Here's what we're looking at. Here's our root cause analysis. Here's our desired outcomes for the school. Here's our action steps to achieve what we said we were going to do.
I think that's a fine line in a board person's regular duties, I guess. You know, to me, I would think that would all belong to the superintendent and not really in the boards. I think there's just a fine line there.
I don't disagree with you.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Montoya.
Actually, that really is part of our responsibility for the education of these kids and the, quite frankly, the results for the students. So what they're doing, how they're doing what they're doing, how it's presented to us, and for us to, this has always been my belief, to have a better understanding of the educational processes and what's being done or what's not being done. to improve, because we've seen these, and we've made comments about, for lack of a better description, the lackluster performance overall, especially over the past 5 years. And again, I've said this time and time again, that we're the ones that are responsible for that. If we don't understand that and see that, how can we not hold that gentleman over there accountable for that effort and that work that's being done? So quite frankly, that really falls upon us to understand that and accept that, either that or certainly expect more. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
In saying that, Mr. Board Member Montoya, you know, I come from, unlike the board here, and except Marion, where Marion came from the maintenance side of the district, and for I come from an outside, not dealing with education, and the only education that I dealt with was my daughters. And so, you know, to know this and to me, I feel like at some point I need to trust and have confidence in who who the board has as superintendent, and then it's his duty to find those competent people on down the ladder. And so that's why I say this is a fine line, and then it just shows that through the years and through legislation, more and more it's becoming the board, you know. And so I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Just a quick clarification for me. So every 90 days, there would be a report, correct?
So the school will actually report their approved. So what will happen is these two schools, their 90-day plans will we'll review it. If it's secondary, Roxanne, we will. If it's elementary, Geraldine Harrod will, and then Ann Clark will like provide support to these schools when they're writing them. And then the public education department will actually review the 90-day plans once they're approved. Now keep in mind, these two schools will have funding tied as action items. So if they're looking at programs, or if they're gonna send teachers to professional development, it has to go through What Works Clearinghouse, or there's a couple other clearinghouses that whatever programs they decide to use, there has to be a meta-analysis, meaning a lot, at least less than 100 studies conducted that showed that particular program or professional development led to improved outcomes for students, whether it be scoring, attendance, social emotional learning, etc.
Okay, I guess my question was really on the process, since this is a new requirement. So when these changes are implemented and the 90 days is implemented, once approved by PED, then once we do approval tonight, are we gonna continue getting the reports where you're consistently reporting to the board in regards to the things that are effective, not effective? Or in previous, I think in the fall, we had gotten a report on the schools that were labeled CSI, MRI, and then until now, we're hearing the progress. So is there gonna be more updates on every 3 months we're gonna get a report, or is this a report we're gonna get and then the next report we'll get on this will be September, October?
Yes, so yes, that's correct. Once you'll get a report, the beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of the year. Just particular for these two schools, in the past, in previous years, we've had all the schools present. Remember back a couple months ago, we did by regions each month. Keep in mind, this is all to show that you all are aware that these schools are improving or not, because don't forget, if the school is in designation 3 years, according to to the new ESEA. That act, it says that the school board will shut a school down if they're not, or replace leadership, or, you know, there's some requirements in there that says what will happen for these schools who are not performing, okay?
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions, or, go ahead.
One more question. In paragraph 1, it says quarter. Is that every 6 weeks? Does that 6 week equate to a quarter?
It's give or take. I mean, you know, we can provide updates on how things are going. Just a brief report, like it says. You know, one of them will be, here's the 90-day plan. Here's our beginning of year data. Here's how we scored. Here's middle of year data, and here's end of year data. So that would essentially be 4. So it'll just be a report, and then once, if it's on the consent agenda, right, here it is. I mean, it'll give you all a chance. Trust me, these principals, whenever those PED committees come to them, they really get down to the nitty-gritty of what those schools are gonna do to improve those instructional outcomes. And we have a presentation coming, and you'll see that Mesa's data actually improved, or our district data improved as well. So, but it's not a lot more than we're doing. We've been trying to provide these updates to you all so that you are aware. One of them celebrations, and then of course things that we need to do differently.
All right, go ahead.
So, can you scroll down to the top part? To the heading? Okay. Career prep. Okay. I was thinking you were just talking about career prep, but I see Mesa now.
Yeah, we just have 2 schools in designation. Career Prep High School, like I said, is MRI, and then Mesa Elementary is CSI, which is Comprehensive School Improvement, and then MRI is modified, more rigorous interventions.
Okay.
And then back to 4. So 4 says, how will the Board of Education ensure the policies are in place to provide the necessary structures, resources, and flexibility for schools and teachers to effectively implement evidence-based strategies? The Board of Education, BOE, will take a multi-pronged approach to ensure policies are in place that provide necessary structures, resources, and flexibility for schools and teachers to effectively implement evidence-based interventions. This involves a commitment to continuously review and revise existing policies, like we're doing with the anti-distraction, or like we did with like regalia, right, for graduation, things like that, making sure that's what that's referring to. The Board of Education will also advocate for and allocate sufficient resources, both financially and human, specifically for evidence-based practices, potentially exploring reallocating existing funds or seeking new grants. Furthermore, the board will ensure policies support professional development and ongoing training for staff in these interventions, fostering a culture of continuous learning and adaptation. Finally, policies will be crafted to grant schools and teachers appropriately autonomy and flexibility to tailor interventions to their unique students' population while maintaining accountability for outcomes through a robust data monitoring and evaluation system. By the way, that data, the dashboard for the data that the PED comes in and talks with these schools, is like 6 or 7 pages long. Like what we're gonna present to you is usually just a page or 2, but these schools, that's why I said you can ask these principals these questions, because they really ask them really deep questions like, what are you doing? What are we gonna do differently? Like, I mean, it's a pretty rigorous, I guess, meeting that they have with them. The last one, 5, this one's pretty quick. Please provide the agenda for the board meeting when the plans were presented, discussed and approved, and drop it into the LEA school improvement. So that's Mr. Carlson or I will update board meeting agendas that pertain to the plans being presented, discussed, and approved by our school board. I stand for questions.
Board, any questions or additional comments?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So to me, I figured with career prep that would have a totally different curriculum structure, mainly because of the students that are there, and some of them are not are older. So I just find it surprising that, that it would be included, I guess, with all the others, and, so this year is gonna be a new principal. And I guess we'll wait and see. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Go ahead.
Just add a quick comment or question. To me, I think it's really important that we have an internal process of making sure that we keep close watch over schools that are in these two designations, because I think these schools have been in this category for quite some time, and there are actually some other schools as well. I also think that this analysis or this approach is also it's important to keep watch over schools that are also on the borderline. And I think that's a process that I think the superintendent, yourself, as well as the district team, can hammer at or work at internally to make sure that you keep on top of these schools, to make sure that they don't regress or fall back into what things used to be. And I think one of the other points that was brought up is being able to measure a lot of this stuff with the data that's collected from the schools, the district, to look at what's working, what's not working, and to make adjustments on the go. Now, hopefully that type of data will allow the schools, principals, teachers to make adjustments almost immediately rather than wait till the end of the quarter. Probably some other factors to look at might be like school climate culture, as well as attendance rates and some of these other things, even truancy. So some of these other factors probably factor into what's going on at some of these particular schools.
That is correct. We do. We track attendance monthly. We work closely with the data department to get average daily attendance. We also look at we get data for them for chronically absent students as well. And then we take those reports and share them with the schools. Also, schools just received that panorama data, which is the school climate surveys for students, parents, and staff members. All of that data is accounted for. In fact, notice how it said that we're looking for grants to support these schools. One of the things we just submitted was attendance improvement grant initiative that was just submitted a week ago. That's one of the things that we're going to be doing, and it's actually combining what you just said, the attendance data, your panorama data, because one of the things that it's saying is, well, kids aren't coming to school because they don't have a sense of belonging or they don't have a caring adult with them. So we're really delving into the root cause for why kids are not coming to school, which we actually looked at the data and we're about 23%, which is lower than some of our neighboring districts. Initially, when we got that grant was sent out, we weren't on the list initially, but Mr. Carl said, "Oh, look into this." So then we did, and then they put us on the list. But we weren't on it initially. So, but thank you.
But I think what we need is whatever Ms. Peters had offered for her attendance and excellence. I think we need to copy that and distribute it among all of the parents that can send kids to the school. Parental support, it seems to me like.
Yes, that is correct.
Board Member Aspas, you had a question?
So on there in your paragraph, it says the Board of Education will also advocate for and allocate sufficient resources. Weren't we doing that already?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You're already doing it, right? Approving the budget, advocating like for impact aid. That's what I'm saying. We just have to now. There's more accountability on us to present to you. Also, for you all to hear what these schools are doing, if they're improving or if they have areas, grade levels where their data is trending in the wrong direction, so that you're aware of it. Like I said, this is all so that the board is not like shocked in year 3 of CSI or MRI status that, oh, there's a possibility. One of the requirements, the first requirement is to find a new principal, right? Then after that is possibly close the school down if it continues to not improve. Now, we do, and we've been advocating, and of course you all can advocate as well. The Public Education Department is aware that schools like career prep, alternative schools should not be classified like a comprehensive high school. Part of it is because we do, like you said, we do send a lot of older students, right, who are credit deficient. So we have a lot of initiatives, and we try a lot to make sure that these students receive additional support, right? That's why, like that career prep, if you look at their budget, they receive $125,000, which is more than the other schools, because they realize that school is in dire need of additional funding. But you will also note is 2 years ago, whenever the year before Mr. Carlson and I came on, career prep's graduation rate was in the 20s, the mid-20s. This past year is a little bit over 47%. So it's doubled. But the thing is, a lot of the things we talked about in here, like to support the department's our academic planning team, we provide support to these schools. I mean, back in the fall, I really put it out to the academic department that we really need to focus on supporting these students, these schools, to get out of the status. And like I presented in previous, we went from 9 schools to 6 schools now to 2, so that the stuff that we're seeing in here is working. We just now have to document that we're presenting it to you.
Okay, if there aren't any, go ahead.
So I appreciate the fact that you brought up the attendance grant, and if we're fortunate enough to receive that with the amount of money that is being allocated, quite honestly, in my humble opinion, that really aligns with the community school initiative, and taking some of those programs and tying them directly to that, I think would certainly be beneficial. And I know we only have, if I'm not mistaken, just the one school. Did we get another to apply for that? For the community schools grant?
We actually have 4 schools.
4 schools?
Community schools.
That receive funding?
5.
5 that receive funding.
Coordinator right there, so 5. I stand corrected. I sit corrected.
All right, so that was, again, my point is the fact that a lot of what they're asking through that attendance grant can correlate directly to the community schools and what they do. So certainly open up those conversations to ensure that assistance is there for them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Board, if there aren't any other questions, we'll vote to approve this item.
Motion.
I'll second.
Second. Okay, Board Member Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Aspis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member So, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Wells, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Thank you. Letter C, 2025 assessment data, SAT school days, WIDA SS, IMSSA, and iStation by Amy Conley, Dr. Venturina, and Mr. Deswood. Thank you.
Good evening, CCSD Board, Superintendent Carlson, colleagues, and community. Thank you for allowing us to present on the 2025 spring assessment data.
Can you go through what those acronyms mean?
Yes, so the programs we're going to talk about today are the SAT School Day. This is reading, writing, and math for grade 11. The IMASA, which is our interim data. So we take state mandated interims 3 times a year. This is in reading, language, and math, grades 3 through 8. The WIDA Access is our ELL assessment. Reading, writing, speaking, listening. This is for grades K through 12. And our iStation, which is given BOY, MOY, EOY, so beginning, middle, and end of year. Reading and math. And this is for grades K through 2.
Ms. Conley, I think she was asking what the acronyms were, what they stood for, if they are acronyms.
SAT is just Student Achievement Test, yep.
Yeah, but what is IMSSA?
Interim Measures of Student Success Achievement. Wisconsin, yeah, just.
Which is it?
Which we never refer to, sorry.
ELL is English language learner.
Yep. Any others?
Thank you.
You're welcome. So the next slide is, this is our SAT school day comparison. We compared 2024 to 2025. Our state average is 878. The US average is 964. Career Prep High School in 2024 had 57 that tested, 57 students. 2025, they had 30 students. As you can see, they went from a 760 to a 742. And keep in mind, this is an overall score. Kirtland Central High School in 2024 had 167 students test. In 2025, they had 149. They went from an 841 to an 846. Newcomb High School in 2024, 55 students tested. This year, 2025, we had 44 students test. They went from a 760 to an 803. Shiprock High School, 2024, we had 138 students test. 2025, we had 121 students test. They went from an 813 to 806. Next slide. This is just the reading and writing portion. This is also a comparison. So all schools improved their students' reading and writing skills between 2024 and 2025. So we have a Career Prep went from a 374 to a 379. Kirtland Central High School, 428 to a 438. Newcomb High School, 388 to a 414. And Shiprock High School, 421 to a 423. Then we have our math comparison. So we had a slight decrease in math achievement. However, Newcomb improved by 15 points, from a 373 in 2024 to a 388 in 2025.
May I?
Go
ask
ahead.
a question?
Go ahead.
So on the reading and writing, would you say that has comprehension in there too?
Yes. So they have to read the text or paragraphs, and they have to answer questions that pertains to that text.
Okay.
Can add a little. So I did a very quick statistical analysis of the proportion of students in Newcomb High School, and you can see that there is 443 points that increased in overall for Newcomb High School. And I tested the proportion or the difference in the proportion, and I found out that the proportion of students who increased this year is statistically significant from last year.
Wow, that's great.
All right, so Mr. Venturito, based on what you just stated, what do you think were some of the contributing factors that led to that increase at Newcomb?
I will speak for what I know about what they're doing in schools. I think the test preparations that they have come up, and also the rigor that they have put up in their ELA and ELD classes help really with reading and writing. I will also wanted to shout out the math department. I think they have gained a lot of points and standards that they have understood and come up with with those, given the fact that they have taken PSAT, they have used the data from the PSAT and making sure that that's addressed from PSAT, from their sophomore years. And Mr. Deswood could probably add, because they are the ones going to the school and classroom, of course, the curriculum department as well.
So a couple things like we talked about in the with the CSI report, going through walkthroughs, providing feedback to teachers, looking at data, teachers PLCing, right? And then the principal going in there and providing feedback, what's working, if something's not working, what are we gonna do different? Really just looking at data. I know I went and met with a couple of their departments with Dr. White, and they, with their interventions as well, is another area where they use a program called IXL for Tier 2 interventions. But they really have, they're tracking where their kids are. The IXL program that they're using is aligned to SAT scores, but you can see kids moving. They have their teachers are tracking data and seeing where they're at and seeing where there's growth, and you can like visually see that these kids are improving whenever I went and met with them back in, I think it was February.
That's great.
May I?
Go ahead.
Is this due to, the educational aids? Is there more attention, or how is?
So I think in secondary, there aren't a lot of EAs. I think one of them is for a couple of years that their staff is pretty full. Like they all their positions are filled. But in previous years, I know when I went to the math department, they had long-term subs in there. So making sure that you know there's a highly qualified teacher in there providing rigorous instruction, following the pacing guides, and using high-quality instructional materials.
So I guess on her question, Board Member Aspes's question, so there isn't really any difference in terms of teacher-student ratio?
Well, the teacher-student ratio is lowest out in Newcomb. So I believe before FTEs was, I believe it was right around 90 students to a teacher. Okay. So.
Okay, continue, please.
Yeah, because I think what you're also saying is that you've also, you have full-time teachers, not long-term subs, so that, would you say that's also made an impact in the achievement scores down that way?
Yes, that is correct. I mean, that makes a tremendous impact whenever you have a licensed teacher providing instruction. I mean, I'm not like minimizing a long-term sub, but whenever you have a math teacher or an English teacher there providing instruction. The other thing too is I feel their English department has really been like, they've been there a while, like more than 2 years. I remember them being there in my first year here, and they really just look at data. They look at that, they look at the data, and they find ways to try to provide support for the kids.
Great. Please continue.
Oh, before we move on to the elementary and middle school or lower grades, I'd like to share shout out with our graduation rates, and Sharon can project our data, if you can make it a little bit bigger. And I think this is also contributing, the result of the graduation rates that we have by far contributes our assessment data, students being in class and being taught by certified teachers and educators.
Go to view.
I,
View. Yeah, there we go.
okay.
Thank you, Sharon. And you can all see in 2024, last school year, our current seniors who took, our cohort of 2024 our CCSD students' graduation rate is 77.56, which is 1 point below our state of New Mexico graduation rates. But you can see that we have schools that are above the New Mexico graduation rates, and I think we need to account that to our schools and being celebrations of the tremendous improvements that we have over time. And again, this is a work efforts of our schools, our teachers, administrators, and with the support of student services and academic team that we have in CCSD. So just shout out for our schools.
All right, we can go back to the IMSSA reading. So this data is for grades 3rd through 8th grade. So if you look at, we're just going to do boy to end of year because a lot of the schools' 90-day plans they're written. In fact, whenever we write 90-day plans with schools, one of the things is they set a stretch goal, which is typically 10% above what they usually have. So if you look at some of these areas, we've actually met those stretch goals as a district. Some exceeded, there's pockets of amazing 50% proficiency, but if you can look at 3rd grade across the district, we went from 7 to 21%, 14% gain for 283 students tested. 4th grade went from 11 to 30%, that's 19% increase from beginning to end of the year. 288 testers. 5th grade went from 19 to 25, a 6% increase, 314 students tested. 6th grade went from 10 to 19, 9% increase, 329 testers. 7th grade went from 12 to 27, a 15% increase, 333 students taken that test. 8th grade went from 13 to 25%, 12% gain, and then for 349 students tested. Okay, go ahead and go to the next page. So for language, very similar results. 3rd grade 4 to 25%, 21% increase. 4th grade went from 19 to 30%, 11% difference or increase. 20 to 29 for 5th grade, 9% gain. 6th grade went from 10 to 24% for 14% increase. 7th grade went from 15 to 25, which is a 10% increase, and then 3 to 15, which is a 12% increase. And then we'll do the last.
Question.
Go ahead.
This is obviously the aggregate, correct?
That is correct.
So when are we going to get the individual schools?
We can have individual schools. Yeah, we can get them by individual school.
Certainly like to see that, if there's a disparity or not between the schools.
It's very consistent, very similar to this. I think, if I recall correctly, there was one school that I'm particularly concerned about, just because we didn't see very much growth on it. And yeah, I think we have one more. Oh, math, 0 to 14%, 14% gain. By the way, these are students who are proficient. But if you look at our, the first category we look at whenever I meet with principals or coordinators meet with principals, how many students move to green? And then we look at how many students move from red to orange. Because remember, the PEDS, the public education's model is based on growth, moving kids to the right. So that's one of the things we really look at whenever we have these conversations. 4th grade went from 2 to 23%, 21%. 5th grade went from 8 to 25, a 17% gain. 6th grade went from 11% to 29%, 18% gain. 7th grade went from 7% to 18%, 11% gain. 8th grade went from 8 to 13%, which is a 5% gain.
Question.
Go ahead.
So in regards to the aggregate, when you're looking at beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of year, I'd be interested in knowing, because when you see that final percentage and the loss between 3rd grade to 4th grade, 4th to 5th, 5th to 6th, 7th to 8th, Has anybody ever tracked that to see where that is? Because again, to me, what's important is that information ingrained in that child to where you see a complete total? You see, like, again, you see those numbers at the beginning of the year, 0, 2, 8, 11, 7, and 8. To me, that there's something wrong with that number, because you would think that it would be higher if it's deeper education and deeper learning is being achieved. So has anybody looked at that? I know we have the PhD in the data department that could probably.
So,
Yeah, so one research, based on research, because kids tend to regress during summer school or summertime. So those kids that are proficient in EOY, sometimes they get to regress and go back to, like, grade level. However, we do have some conversation with the school at the beginning of the year where those kids will be placed on interventions and making sure that they are addressed. That's why for middle school, mid of the year, also we looked at those numbers and kids that are, as mentioned earlier, bubble kids that needs to more help in school. But again, I think I will go back to the basics of how our students be impacted, or our teacher, or being the teachers, be the most impactful person in their educational journey. So we as a district, I don't have those data at this point, but we do have those data to share to the schools, and making sure that those are shared to them timely at the beginning of the year.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
I know you meant it as a joke, but damn if you do, damn if you don't have a doctorate. But anyhow, I think, remembering back to 8th grade, didn't we know everything when I was 8th grader? But yeah, I think it would be good to know where, as far as schools, because in a way, see, when you go to 13%, or the growth difference, 5% on 8th grade, it looks bad. But then when you go to 6th grade, and then as they're going on, I don't know, to me, I think just the life of a student, there's something happening there that that they don't show as much, maybe because of I don't know. It'd be good to know why.
Can I respond to the
Yes,
first?
yes.
So another thing that's important is, so just to respond to Board Member Montoya's comment. So when 6th grade take EOY, they're taking 6th grade standards. When they come back as 7th grade, they're taking 7th grade standards.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
It's a whole completely new set of standards. It's not the same test that they took the previous year. So it's essentially they're on the content, the proficiency rates will be lower because they have not seen that standard yet.
And that's what I'm going to share. The topics and the standards for each of the grade level for beginning and the end of year would be different. And of course, moving to the next grade level would be a next, as I mentioned, like it will be harder for them or more difficult at the beginning of the year, which technically and statistically, mathematically, they will have lower scores or lower percentage at the beginning.
But if I may,
Yes, go ahead.
to respectfully disagree, and again, you've heard me say this time and time again about the attentive human being in that classroom who sees and understands and starts to push and then challenge those students and introduce that information sooner than later. Or you have educators that just stick to it and say, no, I'm just a 5th grade teacher. Well, you do an injustice to those students when they are capable, but you don't challenge them to do that. But again, if the foundation is there as well, the foundational math, the foundation of reading, numeracy, then it makes those concepts a little bit easier to understand. We have a mathematician at the end of this. See, he understands exactly what I'm saying, that it makes it, I'm not saying easier, but better to understand when it's introduced to them, and those concepts, they learn them much sooner than later. So therefore, that really would change a lot of those scores if it was done consistently. And again, the expectation of expecting more of the students, because I know very well these kids can't, just as well as anybody else in the state or this country. They just have to be challenged, and we have to have teachers that challenge them.
And off of that, not knowing that they are being tested on the next grade level, have you explored other options to minimize the regression of when they're on summer break? What kind of material, or I don't want to say interventions, but programs that could be implemented that would decrease that regression?
So one of the programs that we do have is high dosage tutoring, where it's for kids. It's essentially like a tier 2, or it's MLS's tier 2 or tier 3 intervention, where the teacher is teaching that student in for less than 4 ratio. So that's kind of what we have right now.
And if I can add, personally, with my kid at Judy Nelson, they're sending what they call summer reading materials. So I think that really helps our kids to kind of like maintain where they are. I know some of the schools also providing like the books that are not being utilized or free to grab before the school closes. I think those really helps the students to maintain the grade level that they are in the current year and then the upcoming year. I don't know, maybe Miss Sarah or can add. I promise her I will throw her name, but.
May I?
Board Member So, and then your question after. So
sure. So how much correlation would you say that this assessment it's like in IMESA would have with NMESA? Is that NMASA? It's almost like NMASI.
So I've heard it's about
the end of year assessment. So you have these looks like quarterly assessments. So how much link is there between that and the NMASA?
about 0.74 correlated.
Okay.
I can add a little bit more. And the IMASA is a mandatory assessment, but districts get to choose if they use that particular assessment or not. And so I feel like it's an advantage to use it because it's made by the same company as the MASA Cognia.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, Board Member Aspas, go ahead.
So, as we were talking about regression of what a student learns, maybe superintendent, that some of those funds that the principals scramble to use at the end of the year, maybe buy those the students a workbook for the summer and then provide an incentive if it's done.
Thank you for that. The majority of our schools do something similar to that, provide materials for students. We don't go to their homes though, and so that's one of the problems. Is
I
that
mean, it
parents have to buy into it and help us out with it. But yeah, I was an elementary principal here for 17 years, and we always provided. We wanted those students to. I mean, everybody's known about regression, some regression for so many years, and we do our best to, at the end of the year, make sure that parents are given whatever materials we can. Again, lists and actual books for students to have to take home as much as we can. But we will still see some of that summer regression regardless of what we do.
Maybe the incentive could be that ticket program.
Oh, absolutely.
Or I was thinking more in line of what Ms. Simo had brought up, that there's a leadership conference, and having a conference that's something that's geared around that's fun, optional, but would help with something like that. There was more the thought of having the break of not just having this long gap without instruction, but having something right in between, like what Ms. Simo had mentioned in regards to the leadership conference.
If I may, President.
Yes, go ahead.
Actually, Ms. Simo, again, how many times? She brought up that earlier. So our next step plan actually laid out, that's a document from required for eighth graders and incoming, although we looked at elementary, but I think it's really correlated to what activities, what documentations our students are doing during summer, like employment, whatever they're learning, work-based learning. All of those will be in their next step plan, which is a document, again, required by the PED to submit for eighth graders up to their high school years. Thank you, Ms. Simon.
Okay, thank you. Okay, please continue.
Okay, next we have the WIDA Access Assessment. So the overall score is calculated by 35% reading. They add that to 35% of the writing, 15% listening, and 15% speaking. You can see the rubric posted.
The question is, if I may.
Go ahead, yes.
Is that competency or proficiency?
Yeah, proficiency.
Okay.
So you could see the rubric. So entering is level 1, knows and uses minimal social language and minimal academic language with visual and graphic support. Emerging is a second level, knows and uses some social English and general academic language with visual and graphic support. Developing 3, knows and uses social English and some specific academic language with visual and graphic support. Expanding 4, knows and uses social English and some technical academic language. Bridging is 5, knows and uses social and academic language working with grade level material. And reaching 6, knows and uses social and academic language at the highest level measured by this test. So the proficiency level score describes the student's performance in terms of the 6 WIDA English language proficiency levels as listed. So this table shows proficiency level scores for each grade level for the 24-25 school year. You can see level 3 developing is our highest achieving level, with most students falling in this category. And it is separated into grade level, and all your 6 proficiency levels are there. Next slide. So this is our overall score comparison of the last 3 years. So the total number of students has fluctuated over the last 3 years. Again, our most common proficiency level is a 3 developing. So you could see in 2023, we had roughly 1,600 students. 2024 went up to 1,700, and this previous school year, we were down to 1,468.
So what does that mean? I'm sorry, may I?
Yeah, go ahead, yes, go ahead.
What is that good, bad?
Well, like I mentioned with the rubric on the previous slide, I mean, we ultimately want students to be at a level 6. So, you know, and I'll go over exit scores in just a minute, and that might make more sense. So, like, expanding is a 4. So our current New Mexico exit score is a 4.7. So that'll give you a good idea of where students are exiting. So the expanding bridging area. So it used to be a 5.0, and the state changed that 3 years ago to a 4.7. Does that answer your question?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
So here's our exit criteria. So the overall composite placement criteria is a 4.7 or higher on our access assessment. Now, if you're looking at the alternate access, which is for our alternate students, the overall composite placement criteria is a P1 or higher. So during the 2025 school year, we have 54 students that were exited from WIDA access. 13 were exited from the alternate access, which is a great achievement. So all these students tested in February-ish, and this window is open for over a month, and we need pretty much the whole window to accomplish this assessment. Yeah.
Why is it labeled Wisconsin? Is that where? it
University of
derived from?
Wisconsin.
Okay.
If I may add a little bit more. You can see that our 4th graders and 5th graders are the highest number of students who are exiting the EL status. And based on trends and predictions, when they were identified as ELs in their kindergarten first, they are always kind of like given support, like language acquisitions, different skills that they need to. The main goal of those programs, the EL program, is to have them exit from the EL status. So having those 3 years, the kinder, first and second, we're expecting them to be exited out from the EL status because they have acquired the skills and, of course, proficiency of those grade levels and being
I have a question.
in that grade level.
Yes, go ahead.
So, Superintendent, why do we have such a high percentage coming into the, or why do you think we have such a high number at the very beginning? A high percentage coming in, would you say grade 1 or grade 0, they're coming into the schools? Why such a high percentage?
Yeah, so that's kind of a complicated answer. I'll do my best, and they can join in. And I'm going off of my own experience as an elementary principal. It's something that you've actually had one of my teachers, previous teachers, come here before your board to talk about, and she's been upset about it for many, many years, as are a lot of folks. The feeling is that, especially in a district like ours, that there's a vast over-identification of ELL students, and it's based on the language usage survey that the state has parents fill out at the beginning of the year. So if you have a child who hears another language literally at all in the home, perhaps you might have Nolly coming in, every once a month and speaking some Navajo, that student is considered an English language learner based on that language usage survey. They used to have some designations on there that didn't make any sense at all. If a parent knew another language and has ever used it, that child is considered an English language learner. So you might have a child who literally doesn't know a single word in a language because they've heard it at some point. They could be identified. I had a child at my school who was identified as ELL because his parents were learning American Sign Language because they had adopted a deaf child into their family. And I think situations like that kind of point to, I think there's some things that are not very equitable in the system, and there need to be some changes that a lot of folks agree with. Others may, there may be somebody in the room who's not agreeing with me at all and say, no, we need to make sure we identify all those children. But the test itself is very, very difficult. And if you fill out that language usage survey and you give it to a classroom of kindergartners, it doesn't matter what their language usage is, they will fail that test. The vast majority of them will fail that test, even if they've never heard another language at all. That's how difficult that kindergarten assessment is. So what happens is we cast this wide net and we end up with a ton of ELL kids. And then it's a difficult test. It's tough to exit, okay, because there's so many parts of it. And now to get a 4.7, as you see, we have 1% of our students exiting. So it's only a few students exit every single year. So again, it starts with an over-identification. Once they're kind of in that system, we have students who are ELL students, English language learners, who may never speak another language, but are labeled as ELL from kindergartners all the way through their senior year of high school. And they take this test every year. They're identified on all the other assessments they take as ELL students. And I think, I don't know that I agree with all that.
But then one can argue we're all English language learners, right?
Sure, sure. And just, if they can pass this test, and this is actually something, they used to, and I don't know if they still do it that much, where they track exited students. Exited students tend to be proficient. They can pass it, the other test we're talking about, if they're exited from ELL status, because that means they're proficient in reading, writing, all that.
Question. Would this be a state issue or a federal issue in terms of throwing out, casting the wide net?
It's a great question. And my answer would be kind of both. Not everybody uses the WIDA. Not all states have the same identification system. I know that neighboring states do not. I believe Arizona does not have this, is not part of the WIDA consortium. And I don't believe Texas is. I'm not sure about Texas.
26 states, I think.
No,
26 or 30 something, I can't remember the exact number.
So it's a little bit our state and a little bit national issue as well. By the way, the access test, access is also an acronym. Does anybody know what the acronym stands for? It's a ridiculous one. Assessing comprehension and communication in English state to state.
Wow.
You know, I looked it up as AI.
I was like, wow. Okay.
May I?
Not that impressive.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I always assumed that the, this, what we're talking about with English learners, because I recall Ms. Ben at one time explained to me that when a student signs up or registers, that, you know, that net that you're talking about, if they hear that language, I think there's only like 5 questions asked, and then they'll be put into the Naval language program, and then a parent wanted out because she felt like that was a big distraction for her student and her child, but they kept telling her that she needed to write something, you know, and opt out. So I always, and I think it's been brought up years before that, you know, that it did need to change. And yeah, and that's a good question, if it's federal or state.
And on that note, is it funded? Is it funded, fully funded to support throughout from when the students are entering at kindergarten? And we have students that are going all the way to their senior year. Is it funded throughout? I mean, is it like one of the state programs that's unfunded mandate that's thrown at the school districts, and we're having to pick up the costs? So it's doing a disservice to the school district, it's doing a disservice to the students, depending on all these.
I guess what I'm trying to say is it tied to preservation of the
yeah.
language? That's what.
So I'm gonna answer both questions a little bit if I can remember kind of the segue between them. The first one is a language portion. If a student is ELL, the designation of ELL doesn't necessarily have to do with their particular language. So ELL status is separate from if they want to take the Navajo language. That's different. Okay, they're counted and funded by the state as a 2-hour student if they're in both the Navajo language class, as well as the ELL program. As whether the question about being a funded mandate or unfunded mandate, the state has this year actually given us a factor for ELL students that's built into the SEG that was not there before. So they're actually beginning to fund it better. But I mean, they're funded for instruction for being an ELL student, but also for their language class as well.
Yeah, I was about to add, it's actually both a state issue and also federal, because it's actually funded through a Title III, which is one of the federal pass-through grants that we get. And as the superintendent highlighted, it's also part of the SEG now.
But is it enough? Like, that would be a question that we really have to look at, because if they're just providing just surface level, I mean, how, and then this is the criteria, the tests are too difficult to test out of the program, and you continue, a student matriculates through their primary and secondary education, then at what cost? I mean, is it just to have the designation of having a lot of ELL students, or, you know, what is it? Are they, I guess, the end outcome?
If I may, hi, I'm Cheryl Benali. I am the bilingual coordinator for the ICU department. And so we do have designated funding through Title III with the Department of Education. And under that, we are required, with the students population of what we have, 1,400 plus students. And that number also includes our students that are 285 students that are considered duly identified, meaning they have an IEP in place, and also they are classified as English learner. So with that in place, with that funding, with the Title III, we were able to fund a full-time ELD coach, in which the ELD coach has done a great job in doing PLC visits at each schools to identify their needs. The biggest thing is to understand the ELD identification process. And in that, we have a platform which it takes all of us here to fund a program which is called an elevation platform with the teachers that help with the strategies in that. And that also coincides with another grant that we have, which is the Bilingual Multicultural Education Program grant, which Dr. Begay and I help oversee, the heritage and dual language programs. And so with that, in addition, we work with the DART to help us identify those teachers that need the extra support for gaining an endorsement in bilingual education. And that endorsement helps with the teachers to have those that are K through 8 that are self-contained teachers to have that endorsement in order to serve these students. Otherwise, when I first came on board at this level, is that in the middle school, you see the transition of scheduling of the students that are identified, and you see there's the schedules all changing, and we are working together to avoid those types of things. But to see the levels of the exits on the 4th and 5th grade, that tells me that those grade level teachers are using this program to help support and do the integrated instruction. So in our ICO program, we have our Heritage Navajo and dual language teachers that have the 5 initiatives of what Mr. Carlson had told us, and we incorporate that into our lesson plans, which is teacher movement, student engagement, cold calling, and the others that we have. And the teachers have to do a checkbox and determine what is working with them, for them. And so with that shows me that the number of the alternative access, those that have exited and those that are here, I'm just glad that the upper grade levels, what we see as a trend is that the EL component is not just an ELA initiative. It's cross-content. It's in math, science, in all core. So we make that, and we see that difference. So you can kind of see as the grade levels from when they transition from 6th to 7th on up, it's the responsibility of all teachers to have that EL component. Because we have if you look at the classification of all of the WIDA consortium, they have the language of science, social studies, language of math, language of all of these things that everyone's responsible for.
Go ahead.
Question.
Yes.
So in respects to our data, how does that match for the other 42 states that utilize it on each grade level?
It's 40 states.
So with our program, we are excited that our PED department and this, the consortium has always provided a teacher input. They're always looking for teachers to provide insight of what guiding strategies of what we do in what, not just us, but with the statewide. So with our state, I know a lot of teachers from across the state went to voice their opinion and to see if we can, have a criteria of the overall composite score of from a 5.0 to 4.7. And we were able to see and, change the direction of how we are streamlining these strategies with the teachers. So just to make that more of a goal, where, at 5.0, across the state, hardly there was, the number of exiting students was very, very minimal.
Go ahead.
So is superintendent, is it possible, I know we've had a few unicorns, meaning students that actually had to learn English when all they knew was Navajo. Is it possible to track and individually, that type of student? I mean, just to see what is happening.
As long as they're the Navajo language program,
I was gonna say,
then we
yeah.
would have proficiency, students who are limited proficient, students who are fluent, right? Dr. Regan? Say yes. Yeah. You can have to come on up if you want to address folks just for the microphone.
Good evening, everybody. Aisha Berlinda Begancia. So according to these questions, it is coming from the federal level, these processes and procedures, then it comes down to the state. For example, working with the federal level, there are 5 definitions of an English learner. And we also need to be aware that we need to use the correct terms too. There's ELL, English language learner, and then EL, English learner. There are 2 different types of learners. So with our students, they're English learners. So using that term in regard to those 5 definitions, one of the definitions is that if you're Native American, you're automatically identified as an English learner. And regardless of a student being officially tested and identified as an English learner or not, all our kids are, even ourselves, are English learners, regardless if we speak Navajo as our first language or not. And so in terms of that question, a student, because the majority of our kids are, their first language is English, they still have some connection to the language in different ways. And so that's how the LUS form is made. The first 7 questions is specific to the student, asking about the language. in the home. And then the last 4 questions pertain to the parents. And so that's where our big gap is in this district, is that a lot of top down to the parents. There needs to be more training on that in terms of how the LUS is utilized and how the processes and procedures go. But for the Navajo language speakers, we really don't have any. Most of them are in enrichment, the numbers that we have. And based on the numbers that Cheryl is showing, we have 1,400 plus students identify as ELs, but a majority of those kids that get counted during count days towards funding, they have enrichment students too. Those students go in because they want to know or learn Spanish or Navajo. That's where they go to enrichment Spanish or enrichment Navajo. But the ones that get officially identified as an EL, they're the 2-hour students who have to receive the required ELD, the English Language Development, and then they have a priority to be in a heritage Navajo or Spanish class. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does, but
Okay.
Board Member Montoya.
I remember, God, it had to have been maybe 15 or 20 years ago at one of the schools. I was a student when he came into, I think it was 2nd or 3rd grade. All he spoke was Navajo. How often does that occur within CCSD, that you truly have a child coming in speaking nothing but Navajo and not exposed to English and has to learn the English language?
Hardly. They either have both, but just monolingual speaker, there's none.
That was a rhetorical question.
Yeah. So.
I just wanted them to hear that, the board to hear that.
Just
Navajo? No.
I thought the bilingual recipient was one of those.
Yeah, he speaks both languages, but he's not monolingual.
Okay.
Yeah, he's bilingual, true bilingual. Yeah.
Okay. All right. If we could continue, we kind of got off topic, but we
Thank
can
you.
get back onto. Thank you, Dr. Begay and Cheryl.
No problem. I did jot down some information that might be useful. Now, not all states have an exit score of 4.7, so that's something to consider. Also, there are talks in our state about recalculating the exit score, so that might decrease in the future. I did present a little on the identification process previously, but I can also revisit that at any point if you want me to review that process. And then
You can send us an email. It would probably be like a flow chart.
Perfect.
Probably be
And-
easier.
Awesome. And then also there is a Canvas course provided by PED that is used to teach districts how to identify students. So that's something, I took that course this year, and Cheryl and I visited about having others take that next year. So we think that's going to be a good resource for our district. So we are, I think, on iStation. So-
May I?
Go ahead.
So on the course that you're talking about, does that have to be vetted toward Indian Education Department up there in PED? Is that
what program is, what does it fall under?
Yeah, it's under the Assessment Bureau. It's just a course that any staff member can take that works on, with that process.
Oh, you guys, not the students?
Yes, it would be the staff, yes, to
Okay.
help in that identification process.
Okay.
Professional
If I
development.
could,
Yes.
so is this assessment also tied to one of the certifications that teachers have, which is TESOL,
TESOL.
the TESOL?
They don't have to be endorsed to give this assessment. No, I can't speak on the ICO's program.
But the course that they need to teach, they need to be TESOL endorsed. So all of our schools from K to 12, if they're teaching ELD classes, they need to have the TESOL endorsement.
Okay.
Just not to administer the assessment. So here's our iStation reading, which is grades K through 2. So we have the graph on the left, which is from August, and the graph on the right, which is from May. You can see in the upper right-hand corner the levels that's correlated with the colors. If we take a look at levels 4 and 5, which is our green, the darkest green, if we combine those, we can see that kindergarten increased proficiency by 18%. First grade decreased by 3, but our second grade also increased by 9. So the goal is to see the red color decrease from left to right. Okay, this is our iStation math, same grade level, K through 2, August versus May. Again, looking at that green combined, level 4 and 5. So our kindergarten increased by 29%. Our first grade increased by 41%, and second grade decreased by only 1%. And we stand for questions.
Okay, board, you have any questions, comments? Okay.
I do, but I won't.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. We will move on to letter D, second reading of SB 11, anti-distraction policy in schools by Jermaine Chappelle and Peter Deswood. Surprise, baby. That's a distraction.
But overall, the data shows that things are moving in a positive direction for the district. Looks good, thank you.
Oh, yes, it was a report. All right. So I will do the second reading.
So we paying you legal fees?
I'm just doing the reading. Which one do you want me to do? Intro? Okay. So just really quickly, we did bring together principals, academic departments to get input on this, particular principals. Surveys were also sent out to teachers and students. So all the data, we did share some of the data that was presented, and I believe it should be uploaded in board docs. So yeah, that's kind of what we have right now, and I'll go ahead and turn over the rest to Chappelle.
Okay, you guys can hear me, right?
Yes.
So the first part of this is just going through Senate Bill 11. As we talked about in the work session, Senate Bill 11 now requires school districts to implement policies regarding the use of wireless communication devices by students in public schools. And we are required to have a policy by August 1. So as Peter mentioned, Mr. Deswood mentioned, we have been really proactive internally to come up with the policies that we're gonna have a second reading on here in a few minutes. But just as an overview, I put up Senate Bill 11. The definition of wireless communication device by Senate Bill 11 includes cellular phone, smartphone or smartwatch, tablet computer, laptop computer, or gaming device. And just as an aside, we also discussed that many teachers are very concerned about earpods or other listening devices of students in class, and so we would also, as you'll see in the policy, include those. Here in B, it talks about the deadline, which is August 1, and it specifies that the policy, the guidelines that the Act provides are as follows. 1, policy that school districts implement must prohibit a student from using a wireless communication device during instructional hours, and there are some exceptions to that, and we'll go through those in just a minute. Authorize a teacher to permit a student to use a wireless communication device for educational purposes during instructional hours. Permit a student to use a wireless communication device in the event of an emergency or manage the student's health care. Permit a student to use a wireless communication device for accessibility purposes, including text-to-speech, speech-to-text, or other assistive technologies that aid in communication, navigation, or learning. 5, provide protections for student privacy and confidentiality related to the permissible use of a wireless communication device at school. 6, provide for the permissible use of wireless communication device during non-instructional hours. And 7, provide for consequences for violation of the wireless communication device policy. And a little bit more detail on the exceptions is in C. And so C says a wireless communication device policy adopted and implemented pursuant to this section shall not prohibit a student from using during instructional hours 1, text-to-speech, speech-to-text, or other assistive technologies that aid in communication, navigation, or learning. And 2, a wireless communication device if the use of the device is a medical necessity, an accommodation for a student with a disability, or included in a student's individualized education program. We refer to that as an IEP. And so with that, let me pause and see if there are any questions on the language of Senate Bill 11, and then I can move to the 2 versions of the policy that were presented last Thursday.
Board members, go ahead.
Can we go way back up to the top? Okay, slow down. Go back down to okay. So where'd you okay. I wish I had asked the last meeting about special ed since they're trying to form a department, what their thoughts on something like this is, and because I still think it doesn't, as far as HEPA and those are the ones that are going to be granted the use of a phone, and so therefore students are going to be asking why, and then they're going to say because or it's gonna be known that they have a medical issue or an IEP, meaning special ed. To me, I think that was why the lunch program is what it is today, where everyone gets and receives free lunch because they didn't want to put that label on a student that couldn't pay. So I still go back to that. You know, I wish I asked, you know, for that type of, for somebody to speak on that part of it.
Okay.
And then with the upcoming safety summit, and we do decide that, because the last meeting, that's one of my thoughts is the safety summits that we had about 2 years ago, you know, really showed that the phone, our cellular phones on students were more of a tool for safety, and I'm against this, but you know, I know after reading Farmington's, where the student, they can place it still where a teacher designates, I think that's good, but yes, and Kristen talked to me about it later about earpods, and that is an issue. Totally different from, you know, carrying a cell phone, but I don't know, you know, I just see that we're taking something that's good for safety, especially when police response is so limited.
Ms. Chappelle, continue, please.
So with that, I'm gonna go to the second reading of the two versions of the school board policy. And just as an intro, you'll see as I get through this that there is some highlighted language. There was some language about district liability that was in the second version of the policy, and board members discussed potentially wanting it in both versions, and so that is now in both versions. So with that, I'm gonna read both and then get your all's feedback as to two things: which one you may want, or which provisions you want us to mix and match for a final version. So, version 1, policy statement. This policy is adopted by the Central Consolidated School District in compliance with the New Mexico Anti-Distraction Law, Section 1, a new section of the Public School Code, and informed by comprehensive survey results from our dedicated educators. Recognizing the critical importance of an optimal learning environment, student focus, and mental well-being, this policy aims to minimize distractions from wireless communication devices during instructional time while allowing for necessary and authorized uses. Definitions as used in this policy: wireless communication device means a portable electronic device capable of transmitting voice, text, or data, including cellular phone, smartphone, or smartwatch, tablet computer, laptop computer, or gaming device. And because that definition talks about capable of transmitting voice, text, or data, that definition also would include earpods or other listening devices. And we could call that out to make that a little more clear if that's what you guys would want us to do. Section 2, general prohibition during instructional hours. To foster an environment conducive to learning and minimize disruptions, students are generally prohibited from using wireless communication devices during instructional hours. This includes, but is not limited to, classrooms, laboratories, and any other designated learning spaces during scheduled class time. And just for your information, board members, that also lines up with the instructional hours definition currently in statute. Paragraph 3, permissible uses. Notwithstanding the general prohibition, a student may use a wireless communication device during instructional hours only under the following circumstances. 1, educational purposes. A teacher may explicitly authorize a student to use a wireless communication device for specific planned educational purposes directly related to the lesson. Such use must be integrated into the lesson plan and supervised by the teacher. 2, emergencies. In the event of a genuine emergency, a student may use a wireless communication device to contact a parent or guardian. All non-emergency communication with parents/guardians during school hours should be facilitated through the school office. 3, healthcare management. A student may use a wireless communication device to manage their healthcare needs as required. 4, accessibility and assistive technologies. Use of wireless communication devices for accessibility purposes, including text-to-speech, speech-to-text, or other assistive technologies that aid in communication, navigation, or learning is permitted. 5, medical necessity or IEP accommodation. Use of a wireless communication device is permitted if it is a medical necessity and accommodation for a student with a disability or explicitly included in a student's individualized education program. IEP. 4, use during non-instructional hours. Students are permitted to use wireless communication devices during designated non-instructional hours such as lunch breaks and before after school in appropriate areas. The school administration reserves the right to define and communicate these designated times and areas. 5, school provided storage solutions. To support this policy and minimize distractions, the school district will implement school provided phone storage solutions, e.g. pouches, lockers, for students during instructional time. Students will be required to store their wireless communication devices in these designated solutions upon entering the classroom or school building, as per school-specific procedures, and may retrieve them at the end of instructional time or the school day. Students are solely responsible for their devices, and the district is not liable for lost, stolen, or damaged devices. The district will not search for, replace, or reimburse students for any lost or stolen device. The reason it's highlighted is because that's the language that was discussed bringing up from the second policy version. 6, enforcement and consequences. Consistent enforcement. All school staff, including teachers, administrators, and support personnel, are required to consistently enforce this wireless communication device policy across all classrooms and school premises. Inconsistency in enforcement undermines the policy's effectiveness and will be addressed through appropriate professional development and accountability measures. Consequences for violations of this policy will result in clear and immediate consequences, which may include but are not limited to initial warning and device confiscation for the remainder of the class period or school day, parental notification and a required pickup of the device, detention or other disciplinary actions. Repeated violations may lead to escalated disciplinary measures as outlined in the Student Code of Conduct. 3, protections for student privacy. This policy includes protections for student privacy and communication device at school. 7, parental involvement and communication. The school district will actively engage parents and guardians in discussions about this policy, emphasizing the benefits for student learning, focus, and mental health. Parents will be informed about the policy's details, emergency communication protocols, contacting the school office directly, and encouraged to reinforce responsible device usage at home. 8, staff wireless communication device use. School staff are expected to model appropriate wireless communication device use during instructional time and student supervision. Staff should refrain from personal device use unless it is for an emergency, a medical necessity, or directly related to instructional or supervisory duties. 9, publication and review. Upon adoption, this wireless communication device policy will be published on the Central Consolidated School District's official website. This policy will be reviewed annually by the school board in consultation with educators, parents, and students to ensure its continued effectiveness and relevance to the evolving educational landscape. Gonna move on to version 2. Central Consolidated School District Board of Education Policy, Student Wireless Communication Device Policy. The Central Consolidated School District is committed to fostering a focused and engaging learning environment where students interact meaningfully with peers and educators. The use of wireless communication devices during instructional time can disrupt the educational process and impact student engagement. Additionally, such devices may pose security and safety concerns, including academic dishonesty, cyberbullying, and unauthorized recordings. As such, the Central Consolidated School District Board of Education prohibits student use of wireless communication devices during instructional hours, except under specific circumstances outlined below. For the purpose of this policy, a wireless communication device is defined as any portable electronic device capable of transmitting voice, text, or data, including but not limited to cellular phones, smartphones or smartwatches, tablet computers, laptop computers, gaming devices. Students must store wireless communication devices in classroom storage areas or another location designated by the teacher. Students are solely responsible for their devices, and the district is not liable for lost, stolen, or damaged devices. The district will not search for, replace, or reimburse students for any lost or stolen device. Permissible use of wireless communication devices. Wireless communication devices may only be used during instructional hours under the following conditions. 1, educational purposes, when explicitly permitted by the teacher for instructional activities. 2, emergency situations, in cases where a device is necessary for student safety, emergency communication, or urgent health-related needs. 3, accessibility and accommodations, for assistive technologies that facilitate communication, navigation, or learning as outlined in an approved individualized education program. I should say plan, shouldn't it? Or Section 504 plan. Privacy and enforcement. School administrators are responsible for ensuring student privacy and confidentiality in cases where device use is permitted. Violations of this policy will be addressed according to the student disciplinary matrix, which outlines consequences for noncompliance. This policy shall be publicly available on the Central Consolidated School District website, compliant with New Mexico SB 11 requirements. And then underneath that, it references a possible disciplinary matrix, and that would come later. Most of that, though, I believe, as was discussed last Thursday, is already in place. And with that, I stand for questions.
Board, any questions or comments?
If I may, can you just go back up, scroll back up, please? Right there. Under permissible use of wireless communication devices. I know I stated this last time.
Under 1 or 2, my apologies.
Excuse me?
Under version 1 or 2, my apologies.
2.
Yes, sir.
So you're on the right one. Again, I posed the question to the superintendent about accessibility of the instructional activities and the devices in the room through computers and iPads. Quite honestly, in my own opinion, I don't see why additional phone would benefit anymore when every student has a computer in front of them. The second, emergency situations, again, I asked that question regarding how many different types of modes of communication do we have in the buildings that would precipitate those emergency situations and getting hold of somebody, someone to express that. And again, it was stated there's many different ways that we do that. So, but the third one, I can reasonably see the accessibility and accommodations for those individuals. That certainly necessitates and promotes the education. Again, just in my opinion.
Board Member Montoya, just to clarify, are you saying we shouldn't include number 1 and 2? I think as it's written, it does comply with Senate Bill 11, and it is reasonably restricted. So number 1, for example, specifies that a teacher would have to allow that use. And so I think that would address the concern you raised about the fact that it's there. From an emergency situation standpoint, Unfortunately, Senate Bill 11 is very clear on that. I don't know how we would get away from not including that.
Okay, so I can see again, if everybody has a computer in their hand, they don't need their phone, for one. If that's a educator's prerogative and there's 20 students in the class and there's only 18 tablets or computers, then I guess 2 people get to use their phones.
And I think that staff did a really good job drafting this to balance exactly what you're talking about with what's required by Senate Bill 11. And so I said that last Thursday as well. I think staff did a great job on this.
Okay. Again, that was just my thoughts, my opinion.
Any other? Go ahead.
So Superintendent Carlson, do you feel, did you go to the safety summit when we had it? Did you attend?
I did.
And I know Devin and the other guy.
Dave.
David.
Were in attendance, and I just don't, I can't understand why we're even entertaining this. I mean, the board does have the privilege of accepting or not, but to me, I look at that phone as a tool. And on the other side of that, what Board Member Montoya said, you know, if there's 10 working computers and you have a class size of 12, you know, then that phone could save the day for the teacher. But then again, you know, I'm solely looking at the safety part of it, and then especially what we experience with the police, and you know, I go back to the people that sponsored this bill. You know, I question. They don't know our area. They don't realize that, you know, some of the things that we go through, and as far as police response, and then too, I've made this comment before about you can't even get somebody human to answer the phones, you know, to the schools, and sometimes that's frustrating, and so I just, you know, to me, I feel like these are gonna, you know, if we do have problem issues, litigation, those were just really unnecessary. I think this should be left alone. I don't know.
Any other comments or questions?
Well, for me, I think both policies accomplished, they made the requirements of Senate Bill 11. Number 2, we have to get some policy enacted. That way, the policy is rolled out to all the schools. It's part of the professional development and also part of every handbook. And I think either one of these policies is sufficient, compliant. The first version has a lot more details on it, but number 2 it's pretty much the same as well. And we just pick a policy and go from there.
I'm in favor of the policy 1 myself.
Are we still discussing, or are we?
No, we're still discussing. We're still,
Okay.
or if you have any questions for Ms.
No, I think it's pretty straightforward, one of the 2. And quite honestly, if it were up to me, I'd make the motion to accept number 2.
My question is for superintendent. In regards to the 1 and 2
just for my, I guess, my peace of mind, in regards to principals and teachers in the schools. Has there been a lot of disruption due to technology? This is what we're covering. Has it been a lot of disruption or no disruption? What has been the feedback from the schools?
So we did surveys of staff, we did surveys of students, and administrators. We had meetings with administrators, and the feeling among administrators and the vast majority of teachers at the secondary level is that there are consistent interruptions from cell phones in their classrooms. I think, I don't remember the numbers, they showed them a little bit last week, but there was something in the 90s of moderate to severe kind of disruptions. So yes, it's a common occurrence, and I've seen it. I think at the elementary level, it's generally more controlled, and it may have, I think to me it has some more to do with the age of the children and the relationship with the teachers. Being with them all day, that it's less of an issue, and that when they go to a high school class and have a different teacher each period, that some teachers tend to maybe don't want to pay attention to what's going on with the cell phones, and others are very strict. So it's really difficult to try to find that balance if you're a high school teacher. And if it's not consistently enforced, and we got a middle school teacher over here shaking her head, it really becomes difficult for those teachers who are really trying to control it. So I mean, to me, I said this last week, and these are policies we were talking about, and it's based on kind of comments from the board. I didn't necessarily have an issue with Farmington's policy. Now I understand what Board of Erasmus is saying. We're not Farmington. We have Newcomb, and we've told stories about how something might happen in Newcomb schools, and when the police are called, they may or may not get there in the next hour or so. So that's not the case in Farmington, so I understand that. To me, I would go with whichever one would be a little bit stricter, to just sort of take it out of the hands of the teachers, the individual teachers, to enforce, so that the principals can enforce a uniform policy across the schools too.
I have a question in that regard too, that you're talking about, really speaking around the safety aspect of it. We do have LSAs down south, correct?
We do, yes.
Okay, and do we have a Navajo Nation police officer located down there as well?
Not specifically down there, but we have 2 in the district. And so they're making rounds down there. I don't know if you want to go ahead and take that, Mr. Grego. He's got. Has
their presence been felt in the area with the schools?
Yes, sir. We have Navajo PD designated 2 SRO officers, one for the Shiprock district and one for the Newcomb district. We've been seeing a lot of presence with the Newcomb area. We actually created an office for her to have a space to work if she needs a space to work. They cover a large area of different schools, but they seem to gravitate to our district, have great relationships with our LSAs. They have direct phone numbers with them where they can call them and request a response if needed.
So certainly that helps to mitigate some of the concerns in regards to whether it be safety or response time, especially if you have them there, correct?
Yes, sir. Like I said, we've seen a huge presence with them now that they've been designated. Previous Chief Noon had advised me today that he is now the commander of the Shiprock district, so we have that communication with him as well.
Excellent. So again, from that, and taking into consideration the concerns of the educational aspect and the interruptions, and again, I had made an educated guess last week about approximately 90% of the educators would agree that it is a disruption. And if we're truly trying to move the ball forward, as it were, to the scores and the grades and graduation rates, certainly it would behoove us to do what we can to try to do that by minimizing those interruptions, especially at the high schools.
Ms. Chappelle?
Sharon, do you mind moving to the first policy, section 6? sorry, go down. And up. There. So one, I think, positive about policy 1 versus policy 2 is that it has this section, enforcement and consequences. And so it's policy 2 is silent as to expectations and requirements on staff and teachers, whereas policy 1 actually spells that out. And I mean, like I said, we could also mix and match various sections, but I think from a thorough, comprehensive standpoint, policy 1 is really good because it does describe very well what's expected, what the exceptions are, what is, you know, what the non-uses and violations are. And this paragraph here, consistent enforcement, I think is really helpful because it would enable principals and the superintendent to enforce that from a staff perspective, progressive discipline and other types of, efforts to make sure that that implementation of the policy is consistent throughout the school district. Now, it may be that the consequences for violation, could be worked on as you guys discussed last Thursday. However, but that's something we can always come back and revisit. And obviously we would need a recommendation from superintendent on that.
Is this going on the honor system first, or is that what the initial warning is on your first bullet point?
So sorry, my apologies, board member asked this regarding your question. Number 2 does not have a kind of honor system. If a student is violating the policy, they would receive an initial warning before it's escalated further. And that's kind of why I was going back to what you guys were talking about last Thursday, getting guidance from you all about what you'd want as far as step 1, 2, 3, etc. Or if there is just essentially a strike 1 type policy.
Again, I realize this is for the teachers, really their sake in classroom management and then also teaching, but to me, I don't accept this. I feel like there's I guess, as we said last time, what if there's those teachers that don't enforce, they want to be, and you'll have those, and it just makes it inconsistent, and it's just so unnecessary. That's basically all I think is so unnecessary.
So for clarification, Ms. Chappelle, we have to decide, it's part of Senate Bill 11. The only choices that we have is option 1, option 2, correct?
Yeah, and if I may add, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we did speak to, prior to the enrollment into the school, that the students would be given a document and notified. So that's your fair warning, is it not? I mean, that's what stand to reason it would be mine, is that you're told about this policy, you have to sign off on it, and that's the fair warning, and then again, that's when this starts to be enacted.
So I would take it based off of that, that it would be in the student handbook plus in the parent contract.
Yes.
Correct, okay.
And this one, or these two are actually one from Farmington, and where was the other one from? Deswood?
One of them is one that we came up together, and then one is a kind of combination of Farmington's and another district.
Okay.
So we can
So-
decide this evening, correct?
Yes, it's on the,
Okay.
to be voted on.
So again, if I believe if that's the end of the discussion, I'd certainly like to make a motion to accept number one then.
Okay. To accept one?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a second?
So in the, is two still the lenient one?
Two is the more not as
Stringent.
outlined, right?
Two is, I wouldn't say it's not as stringent, what I would say is it's not as thorough. So in terms of expectations and consistency, the language in one is very good, in terms of helping everyone understand what the policy is and isn't. I'm not criticizing number two, I'm just explaining the benefit of number one.
So number two, the last meeting, that had a point where the teacher would put the device or the phones in the classroom, designated place. Is that still?
Both policies have that board member aspect.
Okay, okay.
So I think first of all, we have to decide between version 1 and version 2, correct?
That's why I made the motion to
Okay.
accept one.
Accept one?
I seconded it.
Okay, second. Okay, so we are doing a vote on accepting version 1 as policy. Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
Board Member Aspis?
I say it's unnecessary, but because it's a bill, go with one.
Board Member So?
Yes.
Board Member Wells?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, thank you. We are, I'm sorry? Yes. Moving on to letter E, middle and high school allocation of funds by Mr. Deadwood and Mr. Centenia. I will remember again.
Just to remember, you always say saw.
Saw, yes. And you even had that put on there too.
Board members, Superintendent, President Haskey, thank you. I'm just going to start up from the finance department's perspective with regards to allocations to the middle schools and high schools. This year, we did a review to make sure that there was equity across the high schools and how we applied a formula based on the SEG income that was received. That ultimately, those budgets that we provide to the principals, it is at their discretion. They have a certain level of discretion about how they spend those funds. A majority of the funds that are provided to the schools with that SEG income that's distributed to them is heavily used for athletics. Athletics absorb most of that budget for high schools and middle schools. So from that standpoint, we kind of set the numbers for the schools. We reevaluated the formulas again for equity. And then ultimately it's the principals, which Mr. Deswood can speak to on that.
I have a question before you start.
Yes, Board Member Wells.
When you say the majority of, did I understand you correctly? You're saying the majority of expenses is athletic?
From what I've seen from looking at the high schools and middle schools budgets, is a good portion of that is towards athletics. Yes, sir.
Okay, how much how much revenue then is generated from those athletic functions?
I don't have those exact numbers, but those go.
Is that figured into this is my ultimate question.
Ultimately, yes, it is, to offset some of the expenses. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So the grants, my department supports the schools with the grants. So if you look at 24-190, that's the CSI grants. That was the one of the items I had up for approval. So if you look at that budget, career prep received $135,000. They spent $76,000, so unexpended is $58,799.66. Kirtland Middle School, that's because they were more rigorous interventions. Kirtland Middle School and the other three schools are CSI, Comprehensive School Improvement, so they received $110,000. So Kirtland spent $41,814.93. What they have available to spend is $68,185.07. Shiprock High School received $110,000. They spent $49,357.86. Available to spend is $60,642.14. TBA again started the 110. They spent $78,927.51 and left to spend $31,072.49. So, excuse me, just a week and a half ago, we actually got these schools together because the PED allowed these schools to carry over all their funds. So we brought these schools together. There's actually some elementary schools as well. So they, Nijoni and Mesa, so they had to write narratives for what they were going to spend those dollars on in this coming next year. So for example, like Kirtland High, or not Kirtland High, Career Prep, so they're rolling over $58,799. That will be added to a new $135,000. So, okay, so that's the 24-190 CSI, which is actually a sub of Title I. Okay, Next Generation Grant 27502, Bon Wilson Technical Center received $137,224. They spent $65,826.28. Left to spend $71,397.72. Okay. Kirtland High received $12,167. They've spent $6,731.96. Left to spend $5,000. By the way, this was up to, I believe, yesterday at noon. But there's some expenses that are trying to go through the process, like RFRs being submitted and stuff like that. Okay. Shiprock High School, $9,000. They've spent $6,818.72. Left to spend $2,181.28. So I believe these ones, any money that's unspent, it's there's no carryover. Okay. And one of the reasons why that unexpended amount of $71,000 was so the public education department has required us to align our programs of study. So there was a position there that was funded. However, it wasn't aligned with the program of study. So the public education department ended up returning the RFR. So that money wasn't spent. So the like I said, it has to be aligned to pathways for those funding, and that was kicked back. So the public education department said you can't use that for it.
Question.
Yes.
So was this for the fiscal year 2024, 2025?
This is for this school year that's going to end, this current school year
June
that's
30th?
going to close June 30th, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Question, go ahead.
So, are we being penalized now?
So what happened was I believe It either came out of operations because the first half of the year that teacher's salary ended up because it was kicked back, meaning the RFR was not approved. It had to go back to be used on out of operations. So part of it is, you know, Miss Lee has been working with Miss Westbrook, Sandra Westbrook. They've really aligned our programs to make sure we were in alignment. I know she talked about the CLNA, right? Comprehensive Local Needs Assessment. I mean, it's very complex, where it has to be tied to high wages, and that there was a particular program from our previous CTE coordinator that there was an alignment. So we've been really trying to tighten that up. So one is so we don't have classes with less than 5 students, but 2, so that we have kids leaving our schools with certifications. Okay.
So may I ask what position that was?
Computer aided drafting.
Okay, and so that is the salary for that position?
Yes, it was the first half of the year salary and benefits for that position at Bond Wilson
Okay,
Technical Center.
and none of that would have went to, say, supplies and?
So unfortunately not, because the way it's written in the grant, the previous CTE coordinator wrote it specifically for that position, and unfortunately, they will not let you move it around. You'd have, I mean, it was submitted, and this is the way it was submitted, and that's the way it had to be used. So if you look at any of these, even if you go back up to those CSI funds, like when they wrote these grants in the fall, they said that if a school said this is what we're going to use it on, and they don't use it on that, you can't use it for something else. I mean, you can't, like, for example, we can't, I mean, these federal funds, they have to follow the federal guidelines of what's reasonable, necessary, allocable, and allowable. So very, very, like,
Strict
stringent.
guidelines is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what, I mean, that's why part of it is with those CSI funds that we talked about earlier in the CSI narrative, it has to be, those particular funds have to go through the What Works clearinghouse or a similar clearinghouse, where it has to prove that it leads to improved instructional outcomes. Okay.
Very specific intention, very specific use, and if you don't, you're SOL, correct?
That is correct, sir. I won't spell that one out. So moving on, Perkins, by the way, Perkins is very similar. So Bond Wilson receives the majority of the funds. They were budgeted for $90,660. They've spent $67,433.70. Keep in mind, some of these funds we actually use to fund Skills USA, like some academic competitions. So that's set aside. Of course, supplies and materials is in there as well. However, they have limits on it. They usually say like only 5% of the grant can be used for supplies and materials. So they really put caps on stuff like that. It's really tied to creating programs of study based on that comprehensive local needs assessment. So there's a lot of work that Ms. Lee and Ms. Westbrook, actually Ms. Charlie as well, where they have to meet with our local stakeholders to make sure that our programs are feeders to our industry partners. Okay.
Question.
Yes.
If, for example, Bond Wilson, if they're not allowed to use, no, that's not the way to put it. If they're only allowed to use a certain percentage for materials, that's what the whole program is for, is it not?
So the funds are used to fund like positions, right? For that particular, or creating a new program of study. Well, actually, I think it was supplies, because you can create, like, if we needed additional welding equipment, or if we needed, like, if, let's say it was a drone program and we needed that merchandise or that equipment purchased, then you can make sure, we have to make sure we write it into the grant that we need that as well. But typically what happens, a lot of the supplies and materials will come out of operation funds. Because keep in mind, even when I get to Title I is very specific as well. We have to write exactly what we're gonna use those dollars on, and then otherwise we have to reopen the application with the public education department, which we didn't do at all last year, because it's more rigorous. And if they go through and they catch a mistake, they'll not approve something else. Does that make sense?
My question is the price of material. Steel has gone up tremendously. So if you write in a grant a certain percentage for material, you got lumber, you got steel, you got whatever else you're using in those classes, how do they not let you increase that? Or that seems kind of difficult to me. If you, I mean, the price of but having been in construction, I know the price of material fluctuates considerably.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's where we have to be very specific, and a lot of it is braiding funds. Like I said, if we can't pick it up with a grant, then actually it's initially supposed to come out of operations or impact aid. So, but these grants are just to support or create programs, new programs. For example, if we create a position, we have to have a plan for what are we going to do? What is the district going to do once these funds are done, right? You have to have a plan in place so that you, for example, where these attendance, I talked about the attendance grants, right? We wrote for some positions, right? But we have to write it so that once the grant is done after 3 years, what's the district going to do to absorb those positions? So that's how, like, you have to take into account all of those things, right? All of those requirements to make sure that it doesn't end once the funding is done. So, but it does end up coming out of one of those buckets of money.
It seems to me like if you have to pull it out of a maintenance budget or something else, that you ought to be able to, they ought to do something to let you put it back into it. If you've got an overage like we've got here,
right,
and operations, wow, you have your
yeah, our hands are
hands
tied.
full.
That's why we're saying, like if we looked at that previous 70,000, I mean, for example, here's an example that we used. We were trying to find money actually for a CSI. We were trying to help community schools, the position at Kirtland Middle School, and we wrote to the PED to see if we could write this, cost share that community school liaison or coordinator, and we got denied. They said that you don't create a position first and then write the grant. It says you look at your root cause analysis and see what will lead to improved instructional outcomes. So you have to use your data first to justify any new positions. So that's where it's like thinking 2 or 3 years into the future and putting it together and then braiding funds to make sure it comes to fruition.
And these grants come from the state?
That is correct. Some of these are flow-throughs from the federal government, like Title I, 2, 4, even Title 3, 5, 6.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Going on, So next gen and Perkins, those again, like I said, are not, we can't carry any of those over. So we actually, Roxanne and Sandra actually wrote the grant again, and that was on the budget that Delmedic is presenting. Those were funded for this coming year. So they took into account some of those concerns that you all have. So Title I in previous years, we've actually been allowed 100% carryover. So anything that was unspent, we could use it the following year. However, they went back to a 15%, which was the pre-COVID 15%. And then we actually wrote a waiver to get 100% of it, which we actually got approved, which was Anne's doing. You want to talk about it? Okay, I mean, she's doing amazing work, by the way. We have a really good team. You know, we through academic planning, trying to make sure that our needs are met. So, Anne?
So during the time that we were getting a lot of money from ESSERS and all the different programs, they were flooding money into the district, and it was really difficult to spend. So many districts across the entire state of New Mexico didn't have didn't have means to spend their Title I money. So lots and lots of money got returned to everybody. So this year they looked at it and they asked us, we had to justify why we didn't spend our money in 22, 23, and 23, 24. And really it was because we had so much ESSERS money to spend that we just couldn't spend anymore. And we got approved by that and some other documentation to get that money to carry forward so that we can spend it going forward this year, 100%. So we haven't lost money, which is awesome. And now we'll have to work really hard to spend it because we have carryover this year too. Some of this will be, when we go down to Title I, some of this for career prep and Kirtland Central and Shiprock High School, they're using some of their funds for summer school right now. So there's some more RFRs to go through still, and some of that will still come down because this was as of yesterday.
Right, and so like Ann was saying, like if you look at this, I mean, you look at career prep, they had 80,000 plus 135,000. Trust me, it's really difficult to spend $230,000. I know some people say, "Oh, I could spend it." But because of the rules, is it reasonable, necessarily allocable and allowable? It is very difficult to spend that amount of money because if you have a purchase that's over $5,000, you have to submit a request to the Public Education Department for a fixed asset for them to approve it before you buy it. Okay, so there's all of these. Part of it is it's taxpayer money, right? And there's the requirements are really strict for the use of those funds, okay? So if you look at those 80,000,
I have a comment.
Okay.
So that was my next question. Is it really, it's not so much hard to spend, but just the documentation, the paper part of it? And,
that is correct.
And making sure that you've written into your grant what you want to spend it on. Because mid-year, if you've changed your mind, it's really impossible to go back and open that back up and rewrite the grant. So the teams this year have been really thoughtful. We were lucky to be in the Unified Grant Application Pilot Program, which made people look at their grants in a whole new way. You had to be really thoughtful and really think about, we're proposing we're going to have X amount of money and how are we going to spend it, ahead of how we've done it before with just saying we have this amount of money and we're going to decide later how we're going to spend it.
So I asked for this and mainly to see because there were some things that going to visit the carpentry class, the welding class, and then just and even the art class, and seeing how that they lack support in their welding class at 7th. They still need a exhaust fan and for carpentry and things like that. So I want to see what you know, when they said that they were spending, trying to spend, and what the balances were at the end of the year. So now that we know this, was it different when we had a grant person?
So you're looking at the grant team.
Okay.
This year we wrote almost $8 million in grants. I mean,
Yeah.
if you look at this, you look at the amount of dollars that we have, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Right, and so I do know, like I said, part of this is you can't supplant, right? If they need a hood, guess what that goes under? Capital outlays, right? There's budget that has to be planned for with that. What was our master facility plan? That has to be in there. But now, here's the thing, if he wanted, if our comprehensive local needs assessment said, yes, we need to have a program, a new program, a study, then guess what? Roxanne and Sandra, the high school principals, were right that, hey, here's what our kids are requesting, here's what our local stakeholders are requesting, let's say drones.
Okay.
Then they can purchase that large purchase like a hood to outfit. Actually, 2 years ago, we used some funds, about $15,000, to help TBA get that program up and running. And then this year it was about $1,000.
Okay.
It's to a place, oh, I'm sorry to interrupt you, go ahead.
So Superintendent Carlson is, maybe when our administrators attend ASBO and, you know, maybe they could advocate for streamlining those processes, you know, and so that it doesn't take it, or it's not so difficult to spend down, and so that, you know, the process shouldn't be, or documents, the papers shouldn't be intimidating.
They shouldn't, and the cash flow from the state should be a lot sooner, because some of these grants are coming in February.
Because
and
it
then they have to
sounds,
spend down.
it sounds like we see the problem, and we see, and to me, those balances, I mean, we shouldn't, because at some time, especially now, you know, who's to say that they start looking at those balances and start taking from us? And where we need funding, we need that money, and so I would say, you know, I leave it in your hands to you know, start pushing for more advocacy and streamlining these processes, and to where they're not so intimidating, time consuming, you know, that we can actually spend this and you know, get our schools thriving in you know, other than positions, you know, but other with supplies and materials.
Okay.
Thank you.
So just really quickly, these dollars are actually not necessarily in our accounts. Mr. Adsidi or Mr. Satania can comment on that, but what happens is they submit RFRs, requests for reimbursements. So they upload those and they send them to the various departments requesting for funds to be given to us. So we have to spend it, then we send it up to the PED, and then they let it go. Remember how I talked earlier about that position? Well, we submitted an RFR to be paid back for that position for the first half of the year. Well, they denied it, so we had to use operations. And I think the biggest thing is we can't supplant. That's the key. And Christy is always talking with us about supplanting. Because if there's an existing program, we can't go and use these new funds to pay for an existing program already. That's supplanting.
It would be awesome. It would be so awesome if we could take this money and go, we have this money now and we want to pay for this, but you can't. So like when we started up the carpentry class, I'm not sure what it was called, woodworking or whatever it was, the title was back in that wood shop. It was brand new, so we could support in that way, but now it's become a function of the work, and now it can't be a Title I purchase anymore. Now it's become part of a study, program of study. Now that's moved it over here in this bucket of money, so it can't use this money anymore. So it looks like, oh, we have this, like if it was us, we'd be like, let's just transfer that into our other account and pay for that, but it's not like that.
Also, keep in mind, a majority of the Title I funds are sent to the schools for the discretion of the principal to use. The only caveat is that it has to be tied to a school's 90-day plan. Remember how we present 90-day plans, right?
They are looking at that.
Yes.
We just got some back today, and they went page by page by page. And we had to, and when they send those back, they give us like 0 seconds to reply and get the documentation back. So Erica and Dom were working really hard yesterday and today, really getting those things sent back so that those expenses didn't have to hit operational. But they, in the old days, they were like, stamp good, stamp good. And now the people that had, they are pulling up documents and really looking. So like those, trying to sneak it through. And they've gotten smarter. So, you know, we're all educators and we know how to like use language to try to get what we want. Well, they know all those synonyms and they know our tricks now and they're not falling for any of it.
Especially field trips, right?
Yeah, no feelings.
So you notice how in Title I there's extra balances? Whatever the schools don't spend, that comes back to the district, Title I. So then guess who gets to spend it?
Well, isn't that what we thought about JOM? Now look what happened.
True, I mean, you're right, they are federal flow-through dollars, and and Erica and principals were very nervous about Title I,
Yes.
all the
Very
titles.
nervous at the beginning of what's going on every
Yeah.
day is still, we're still nervous, but it's like a low key nervous.
Right. And very similar, Title IV, if you look at those, actually, Title I and Title IV were distributed based on student count.
And poverty level.
And yeah, oh, actually, you're right, for Title I, it's based on poverty index as well. So in a sense, we kind of give the schools an account for, you know, how we talked about family income index fund, that is taken into account as well.
So the family index, what is that at?
So family income index was only for Nijoni and Mesa, and each school received right about $110,000. But keep in mind, Nijoni also had $110,000.
Based on what?
It's based on.
I mean, based on what?
It's
family
based
index?
it's based on the poverty index as well, and there's a formula the Fed sends us.
I mean,
But
what is our family index for that area?
Oh, like above, it's like in the 0.8 something. Yeah. It's like a 0.8, and then like to qualify for a Title I school, I believe it's like 0.75 or something like
Because
that. and above.
I thought I heard 50,000.
Well, the total awarded amount for family income index schools is $110,000 for Nijoni and for Newcomb Elementary School. So that's how much they were allowed to spend. For example, they put in some, like, one school did like this book vending machine. So like if kids, oh hey, you're coming to school, here's a token. It's to get kids to read more. So they put these books in there, and like there's a vending machine, you can go in there and pick whatever book. So that's an example of some of the funds. I think they were able, correct, to do an educational trip with FII. That fund was a little bit more lenient, which there was one school that did a field trip, educational trip.
It'll come back to us in a different way. It won't be called family income index funds anymore. It'll come back to us in a different way. Operational, Mr. Wilson?
There's one thing that I have to clean up with the board as a matter of integrity. I think to have all of this work, to acknowledge where there were errors made. So there was this permanent cash transfer that we discussed 2 board meetings ago for that 300. Mr. Montoya, I know that you've mentioned it a couple of times, and I've spoken with the superintendent. We did some research into that. I worked with Dom Adsley, our grants specialist that's back there tonight, and took the time to actually go back and understand the rollover that was happening. There was an error that initially started with an error on the audit report in 2022. There was a line in the audit report that said that there were expenditures or income of $360,000, and it should have only said $60,000. That came from the actual audit report. Now, that doesn't mean that we made our own mistakes along the way. Ultimately, we continue to roll that number, so we input that number once we receive the audit report, when we get all the numbers back and start to make adjustments throughout the year. We continue to roll that number year over year. So this year, as we've done a better job of cleaning up our funds, and as you saw a lot of those permanent cash transfers, and it seemed like quite a few, that's a part of the cleanup, but that large number that was supposedly sent back to the state was not the correct number. So we caught it, we spoke with the PED, and pulled that permanent cash transfer back and cleaned up our general ledger to address that. We're going to be focusing on doing that with all of our grant funds, but what I want to publicly acknowledge is that because of that that error and that what was presented to the board and to the public could have negatively impacted perceptions about our abilities to spend down. And I just want to acknowledge to the team out here and to Mr. Deswood and the superintendent that we don't want to leave that with the public or with the board, that we were unable to spend down $300,000 at those large amounts. So this has been a great discussion to explain the complexities of trying to spend down amounts where you see 70,000 or 102 specifically for Title I, but as they pointed out, each one has its certain conditions which makes it difficult, and there's challenges. So it's never an easy answer just to look at one permanent cash transfer, but that is one that I wanted to address publicly and clean that up with everyone. So,
But that, the mistake that was made is not reflected on here. That's in the past.
No, it's not reflected on
It's
there.
only on the audit from 2022.
2022, but no, we took that that income and basically took it as additional income and rolled that income from that grant all the way up until this year. So the thing is that the money was segregated, so it wasn't actually in an account where the teachers or the schools would have access to that large amount. It was just kind of this unresolved amount that was being rolled over. So they never saw that amount. It was, again, just a part of general ledger cleanup and has not been displayed in terms of budgets, et cetera, with the schools, or thinking that they could spend $300,000. Again, that goes back to the complexities of, having to get requests for reimbursement. And, if we went and tried to spend $300,000 and go, try to go get that from them, they would be like, it would eventually have caught up to us. So ultimately, while we carried it over, and even when we weren't supposed to be carrying it over, it sat in an account that was not accessible by anyone else and only visible by the finance team. But again, that's part of our ongoing general ledger cleanup that we're doing. So just wanted to clean that up. Okay?
Board Montoya, you had a question? No?
No, I just appreciate the fact that that's been noticed and what they're doing to rectify the situation.
Okay.
Sure, and again, to address any negative perceptions that might have brought on this team or the school district, I just want to be responsible for that, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other than that, whenever I go and meet with principals, I ask them where are we at on Title I, Title IV, CSI, all these funds. Whenever I meet with them, Candace will tell you, Roxanne will tell you, where are we at, where are you spending down, and then we get reports from finance saying we need to be at 50%, then we're running to Dom, and there's a lot of collaboration to make sure that these funds are spent.
All right.
We stand
So
for
Mr.
questions.
Mr. Deswood, is it fair to say that based on the data reports we've seen as far as the test scores, is the district using this money effectively to close the achievement gap with kids?
Yes, we are. Part of it is, if you think about, so a couple years ago, whenever we started reporting about 90-day plans, one of the things is that 90-day plans weren't used the way they should have been. So there's a lot more accountability and oversight that was happening. And I don't know, whenever I came to the district, the perception was we just had so much money. Well, there was a lot of money, but the thing was we had to make sure that any spending that was being done, remember how I said, we got to make sure that these dollars, because they're public funds, right? These are taxpayer funds. We need to make sure that these dollars are leading to improve instructional outcomes, right? Like I said, those 4 questions that procurement and the federal, the purple book, I can't remember the name of the purple book. I mean, we're constantly, I had it on my wall, is it reasonable, necessary, allocable, allowable for us to use these funds? Because like these funds are not to be used lightly, but to make sure that we are filling gaps, right? Filling gaps that that operations and impact aid are not filling.
Are there any additional questions or comments from the board?
No.
If not, okay, then we will move on. Thank you. We will move
Thank you.
on to letter B, Booster Club by Mr. Santania.
May I share with you before you, may I?
Yes.
So, the session about fraud, she says, booster clubs, that's a whole.
Oh, yeah.
She talked pretty negative about it, so I just wanted to add that.
Well, I'm here to add an additional level of scrutiny on behalf of districts. I'm here to present we had a booster club come, and rather than immediately approving that by the board, it deserves some scrutiny, so I jumped up here. And we have done a review of our booster club policy in addition to the proposed booster club for the Kirtland soccer team. With that being said, we're not recommending any action be taken at this time. What I would like to do is just provide you some feedback in terms of what the analysis that myself and my team had did when reviewing those policies, and express some concerns and some recommendations that we would like to move forward with. With that being said, there is an existing policy within the board policies for booster clubs or booster organizations, which the booster clubs are to meet those criteria in order to use the school name, the school logo, etc. That's basically the carrot that we have for them to actually be able to do that. They have to meet certain conditions, which include reporting requirements of their financials on an annual basis to the director of finance. There's some options that are embedded in there, but the concern was when reviewing, we did verify the articles of incorporation and the bylaws through the state website, so they have done that correctly from our end and what we can see. But some of our concerns are that there are gaps in their bylaws. And there's questions about whether there's sufficient financial controls. Right now, they have only 3 listed members. The president is acting as the secretary, and based on creating a quorum, they need 5 members. They need 2 of those members to not be able to have signatory power on checks. And yet, if there's only 3 members, there's a lot there that we would still like to discuss with this booster club before coming back and having them propose and having you consider accepting their booster club. Hold on, give me one moment. Let me find my other note here. Another consideration is that they're supposed to follow NMAA laws. Their bylaws actually don't state whether they're going to follow our policies or the NMAA policies, which is of concern.
What supersedes?
Who supersedes? I think it's equal. They have to follow both. It's not one versus the other. They have to agree to both. But there are concerns that their bylaws don't include any language that they will actually follow or adhere to our board policies or the NMAA laws. Another thing is they have budgetary size conditions, so they actually will only seek a certified auditor, accountant, only if their fundraising goes over a certain limit, whether it's $100,000 or $250,000, which I believe that the limits are very high. Ultimately, our board policy states that they're supposed to provide an audit that meets GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles. The concern with that is that if you're a self-regulated booster, and how are you knowing that you're following GAAP if you don't have an accountant, right? So there's these loopholes, and they have these smaller, these thresholds that they can do kind of their own self-regulation, but our board policy states that they're supposed to meet GAAP. Our concern is whether we want to actually require our booster clubs to seek at least hiring an accountant or providing a third-party audit once a year to make sure that they're adhering to the financial conditions of their bylaws and within board policies. Another concern was our board policies actually require that there's a statement of district separation on POs, checks, etc. when engaging with business. There's nothing in their bylaws that states that they will adhere by that policy in the board, and that's something that we would like to see within their bylaws. Again, this is making sure that their bylaws are consistent with policy. The thing that I want to bring to the board's attention when considering future booster clubs is that if you read our board policy, there is a Title IX compliance consideration, and that's something that we need to consider. So I'll just briefly read the first couple of sentences here. It says, the board discourages the formation of organization. The board discourages the formation or organization of booster clubs which sponsor, assist, or support student activities or athletic programs which predominantly serve student participants of a single sex. In order to assure that contributions or support by booster clubs and PTOs do not create inequities or significant disparities in the program, equipment, and facilities made available to students participating in single-sex sports, the booster club or PTO shall report to the superintendent or designee as part of its annual financial or audit report the amount of the funds donated or tangible personal property contributed to the district's educational yada yada yada. So this basically says that the board really does, and the superintendent needs to consider whether, what booster clubs exist, if it's for a single sex sport, which this one is, it's for a female sport. These are considerations that they need to report to the superintendent to understand what the expenses were spent on, and the school district needs to consider if that creates any inequity amongst other sexes in other sports. I did reach out to the Kirtland principal this evening, and she did verify that there are existing booster clubs, which include boys and girls wrestling, boys soccer, football, boys and girls golf. So we have two boosters that are supporting both a boys and girls sport. We have one boys soccer and one boys football. So in a sense, there's already some inequity amongst our booster clubs. I thought it might be an issue adding just a single sex sport for girls soccer. However, again, the board might want to consider accepting this booster club eventually, because it could offset other boosters that we're currently supporting, given it's weighted more towards male sports. One of the other considerations is that in their bylaws, they invite coaches and staff to be members of their booster club. They state that they can't be voting members, but there is an encouragement for them to participate as members. That becomes problematic in conflict with our own board policies that our own coaching staff, assistants, etc., should not be participating in boosters or representing them publicly. So that's something else that we would like to bring to this booster club's attention, to request that their bylaws be consistent and their policies be updated. One of the last things that really isn't on us, it's something on their end, but if sometimes these clubs kind of, they dissolve. So in their dissolution of the clubs, they have a clause in their bylaws that states that they should that upon dissolution that they will donate any leftover funds to a charity. It looked to me that this bylaws was put together by a third party, and that charity is not listed. Now, does that not mean that, in their initial meetings that they can establish that? Yes, but that's something that we wanted to bring to their attention. Ultimately, we do have concerns that their, again, bylaws are not consistent with board policies. that the board, in future consideration of approving boosters, needs to be aware of that Title IX compliance within our board policies, and that we want to make sure that they have sufficient financial controls that allow us to make sure that they're reporting before every October 1st, and that those reports are meeting GAAP, not necessarily just self-regulated, and that we want some more security in terms of that there's those checks and balances. So with that, there's no recommendation to approve right now. It's just a report or an update to provide you what we've seen on our side. Our next steps are probably to meet with the Booster Club and address some of these issues and see if they're willing to resolve them before bringing it back for the board's approval. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Any questions or comments? Go ahead.
So the, you mentioned NMAA policy.
Yes.
I'm surprised there's one. I guess it would be good to know what that policy is, and then also when our district deals with money, aren't those people have notary?
When you say notary, when dealing with money in the Booster Club, they have requirements where they're supposed to deposit cash. They're supposed to put time limits, just like we're required on state funds to deposit within 24 hours. You know, that they at least have 2 members that do not have signing authority to review the financials or transactions or cash that happens at the end of the night. So not necessarily a notary is required, but those checks and balances when dealing with money and reporting should be built into their bylaws. It's not that they're not built into their bylaws, it's just that there's gaps in being consistent with our policies that require a higher level, a higher benchmark that needs to be met.
Okay, wouldn't that be a notary? Somebody being notarized, or?
No, I don't think a notary is required in this case.
No, I'm asking you.
Yeah.
You're talking about upping the game and that, you know, and so wouldn't that be a person that's that would be a notary or some type of?
No, I mean, a notary is, and the board attorney can maybe chime in, a notary is someone who is a legal witness to signing official documents, and they sign off, they document who it's for, and they are accountable to the state to be a representative that individual signed the document. Notaries are not required in this process for signing off on cash, just like we're not required to notarize our cash deposits before we put them in the bank from a basketball game. That's more from my understanding is more from a contractual standpoint. Legal documents need to be notarized and require a notary. Again, this just requires members, just like it would require 2 members of a concession stand to double count the money before the deposit slip and the money's put in the bag. It doesn't require an official notary or stamp.
Well, just as you define what a notary is, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
So what you define that person does, you know, and because that club is you know, conducting cash business or these things on the side away from administration, away from yourself, you know, to me, I can't believe it wouldn't call for that. And whereas our people, when they're at the door assisting with cash, you know, they have to abide by those, you know, that cash be deposit, things like that.
Well, what I guess my final comment would be is that while a notary is not required in these instances, state law and procurement code regulates how we handle cash and state funds and federal funds, right? There's already rules in place that we're required by law to follow. These are self-incorporated organizations. The thing is that because they're self-incorporated, the one carrot that we have is if you want to use our name, you have to report to us on an annual basis, and we can have some influence or say on your policies to make sure whether we want to make sure they're the same as the states in terms of how you handle cash. I don't think we would go that far, but the point of this process is that we are a check and balance to make sure that fraud is not taking place, and that we are not, with regards to Title IX and inequity amongst the sexes, right? Of that we are putting checks and balances, that we're not supporting a booster or letting them use our public school name, right? So that inequities are being created. So while they are self-incorporated and run on their own, we have that check and balance to require this. So that's ultimately what we're trying to achieve by making requests that their bylaws be consistent or at least match our board policies, or state that they will meet our board policies. Our board policies are meeting those policies, or the NMAA's policies or the New Mexico gambling policies are not included in their bylaws, and those are things that we want to hold them to account to avoid fraud. Again, that doesn't require a notary. It just is, again, if it's in their bylaws and that's their law, then we can hold them to the account if they break that.
So you're gonna have, say, you know, our policy as a district, and then also NMAA, and then we are thinking that this club is abiding and not signing each other's name, and, you know, as far as the banking is concerned, and you know, we don't know.
Well, we do and we don't, and that's part of the annual audit. So requiring a third party to analyze their financial transactions, they have to turn over their bank statements, their cash deposits have to line up. That is a part of the audit, and when the school requires that audit, it puts additional scrutiny on their organization. And while we can't be there counting money with them, what we can do is we can start to identify if, you know, there's potential conflicts of interest, or if there's, you know, there's questionable accounting practices as a part of a third party, you know, financial audit. Those are the things that we can apply to provide those checks and balances, even though we can't be there counting the cash with them. So again, that's why these clubs are very risky, which you probably learned, you know, when you went to your fraud conference, or they discussed fraud, of why these can be so tricky, because if you're not actively monitoring them, if you're not actively requiring them to report, and basically, you know, punishing them, that if they don't follow your policies, then you take your attorney and you say you are no longer a verified booster with CCSD, and you can no longer use our logo, and you can no longer use our name. So that's our bargaining chip with them. Okay.
We react first.
You're saying react?
I mean, that's.
Yeah, well,
react.
what we're doing is a proactive measure, and after the audit,
I don't think
then we
it's
react.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Okay. Superintendent, I think it would be really helpful if all those recommendations were put in there, how it's aligning. I like the way it was outlined. It's just more visually, it would be good to have like a cheat sheet where it has it listed on the criteria for the booster club, so that we can see where the areas that need to be addressed and beefed up.
I think for me, do we have any problems right now with our current booster clubs at any any of our schools?
You know, Secretary, so I don't have that answer for you. And I do have my concerns. I don't know, Herbie, do you know if we've received any financial audits from booster clubs in the last year? Okay, so from my understanding, there are, see, this is where we have to understand what booster clubs do we have? Were they approved? Are they still acting? Are they using our name, but they're not giving us their financials on an annual basis? We would need to hold them to account. So this is a rabbit hole. I think it's a good rabbit hole to go down to start to hold these individuals to account to make sure that there's not fraud, waste, abuse taking place. That's not something that we have done at that level. This is the beginning of just looking at one, but again, it kind of opens Pandora's box to say, well, what are the other ones doing? You know, are we being equal? I think those are all important questions that we should be asking over the next year. One other thing I'd like to offer is that we did reach out to one of the consultants that we use to see if we could get policies for booster clubs from another school district, and this is one from Arizona. They actually have a workbook that they're, or my mind's going blank. Handbook, thank you, not a workbook, a handbook, basically to give to booster clubs that walk them through the definitions, their board policy. It addresses membership guidelines from the perspective of and financial guidelines and expectations from the district's perspective. And then it goes into appendices to give examples to booster clubs on what the application looks like, what a fundraiser request form looks like to the superintendent, a donation form, all the things that they would encounter with the school district into one handbook. Which I thought would be, you know, very useful if we could develop something like that. It also gives them cash collection forms and deposit notices, and that's something that we could put together to again support these groups that are very passionate about their kids and wanting to raise funds and making sure that they're taken care of, and providing that level of support to them as well, and being a partner versus, you know, coming down with the hammer.
Go ahead.
I certainly appreciate your due diligence. And again, I know it's part with the NMAA, and they have their own guidelines. They have PDFs, and then it's broken down specifically on how or what can be done. So, but again, I just appreciate the fact that you've gone to the depths that you have to look at it and scrutinize it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, is there a disclaimer in that handbook that you just showed about booster clubs don't keep it at the end of the year?
Well, again, we don't, it's a separate organization from the district. So we can't impose those types of restrictions. It's their money. But what we can do is if they start to spend it in a way where it creates inequity at the school level, that's something that where we can step in, because we are required to abide by Title IX rules. So as a part of, you know, building this relationship with another organization to use our name and logo to support our students, those are the certain ways that, again, where we can have some say. Requiring those financials, auditing, and making sure that they're not creating inequities, but we can't tell them what to do with their finances, or if, you know, to give it up or roll it over, et cetera.
To me, I feel like that it's crazy that we don't, because, you know, as you put it, they're using the images, the school colors and whatnot, and yet to me it's kind of no different than say the junior high class club, or, you know, that class that go out and do fundraisers, or the senior or freshman. So they use the mascot, they use the colors, and they make, and then that rolls over, you know, and to where whatever is unspent, then they try to, you know, spend it, but, you know, in some cases they're left over.
I just want to create one distinction about what you said, Board Member Aspis, which is like senior clubs, et cetera, those are actually CCSD
Yeah,
sponsored.
yeah.
Yes, so all the rules of the state and procurement and how you use cash and the bank account, which is under CCSD, we have an activities account to store student funds that are raised through FFA. They are segregated from our operating accounts. They have to follow the same rules. They get to use the logo, but they are not a separate organization out of CCSD. They are a part of CCSD. So there's a big difference. Again, that's why booster clubs are always, there's always some red flags around them because they operate as a separate entity from CCSD, but can be seen as like FFA, but they're not really FFA. They're their own organization.
I think, Superintendent, if we could get the board policy, there's a lot of good suggestions that were made that I think the board needs to look at the policy regarding booster clubs, and we need to update if necessary, and reflecting all the highlighted or the recommendations from Mr. Satania to safeguard CCSD. So
and
that
I
would be
think we
something.
need to have Centania review all those events that the booster clubs are at. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I definitely agree that the district probably, and at least on the finance side, I know that we have an October 1st date. That's something that we will take on for this year, is to review the existing booster clubs, establish their dates, the last time that they reported, and we can provide a report to the superintendent ahead of that October date to identify, are these booster clubs in compliance? If they're not, we need to issue probably letters to say, hey, you're in violation of policy. If you do not do X, Y, Z, we will revoke your rights to our logo. And then if they don't and they continue to use our logo, you can issue a cease and desist, then you can start to sue them as an individual organization.
So that's good. For clarification, that process would start August, or the implementation of looking at all the boosters clubs to make sure that they meet those standards, guidelines, will start on August 1st.
I think the process to begin reviewing what we have so far and what their status is should start at the beginning of next year, because October will come up pretty quick.
Yeah.
But I will personally be looking as the director of finance of, well, who are the booster clubs and will they be reporting to me by October 1st? And if they're not, then we will begin to track those and provide the superintendent. I think our board policies are probably sufficient. I think most of my recommendations are that it's really holding our booster clubs to account, that they are being reviewed, and that their bylaws actually reflect our board policies, or have language to say that they will adhere to our board policies.
Okay, I think that would be something that we're gonna have in the next work session. My colleagues are done with their questions and comments. Okay, all right, now to G, fiscal year 25-26 school district operating budget, and form 901B-10, again by Mr. Satinga.
Thank you. If you can go to the first document, thank you so much, and enlarge it.
Is that the summary?
That's the revenue summary, yeah, year over year. So just to recap, our plan from the finance department was really to do this over 2 meetings. One, to initially present the budget, just to present the budget, okay? So we presented at the last meeting and went into detail and started to begin to take questions. This first document, which was the single page that you had and was printed out, was the comparison of revenues year over year. This really does tell a story of, again, whether there's declines or cuts from federal funding. We discussed some of the grant funds. some in general, some more specific, and which grants are available year over year. Now, those could be whether we applied for them again and they were available and we didn't apply, or they just weren't available because they've been cut. But this gives you a sense of those revenues for between this last year and what are the anticipated revenues for next year. Green represents an increase, red obviously represents a decrease. If you can go to the next document. The other document that was shared was a little longer. This actually gets into the expenditures that are being proposed for next year. There's 3 columns, which is the fund, the function, and the object. The third column, the string of 5 numbers, are accounting numbers that tell you what the expenditure basically is on. The first column is the fund, which tells you where the actual money comes from. And then the function is basically tells you the high level what it's for. So 1,000 would be for instruction, is the overall what the money is being used from or for. The fund is where it's coming from. The 11,000 is the operating, and the object is more specific on what is actually going to be expensed. Those are what the meaning of those 3 accounting numbers. The fund, function, and object, as you go down, this report really goes down to the object level because we want everyone to understand where is the money coming from, which is the first column, and the third column, how is it being spent. And you can go down based on total instruction, which is the 1,000 fund. 45 million is going towards instruction. The third column will tell you whether it's for salaries, whether it's for instructional materials, whether it's for desks, that you'll see that, or supplies, you'll see that based on the third column objects code. But again, it's broken out again by the fund and the function. If you continue to go down, we go down to the 2000. All the 2000 function codes are for support services, all the 3,000. The middle column, all of that block is for operation of non-instructional services. And then as you get down, you'll start to get in the 1200s, the 1300s. 1300 is for pupil transportation. That is just for to and from. That's not for activity buses that are used to transport kids to school. That gives you a sense of how much we spend on to and from. In this giant district that we have. There's questions about whether that's enough and whether we get enough from the state, but I can't address that tonight. I can't speak on behalf of the state. Instructional materials is the 14,000. Then you get into the 15,100, which is the impact aid and what we spend. And over the past, couple of months that I've been here, we've been able to. I've been trying to distinguish between how much we use of our SEG income, which is that 11,000 fund at the top for salaries, and how much salaries are absorbed into the impact aid, and how is that going to impact our ability out into the future to be able to save money for projects, et cetera, especially when the federal funds, the impact aid, could potentially see decreases, and we could potentially see decreases, we're already seeing decreases in grant funding. So taking a conservative approach, this budget is really simple is similar to last year's. Really the theme here is that most things remain the same with the exception of two or three things that we pivoted to. So what we tried to do is move as many positions that were in impact aid that didn't need to be there back into 11,000 with the cuts that we made, so that we could better understand how much of our SEG income is actually being used by salaries alone. This is really important in a lesson that we learned this year, which by having those positions in SEG in the 11,000 up top, helps with MOE, for example, SPED. If you have those positions in the 15-100, it actually hurts our MOE. So those were some things that we strategically did. But ultimately, the budget is very similar to last year in terms of the allocations. The only big difference is that we took whatever savings and what we rolled over from impact aid, and we put that towards a capital reserve fund for $15 million. So if you go down where you will see that, I think it's on the third page. Somebody help me here. Support services 15. Oh, go down. There it is. So you'll see 15-100 capital outlay. It's the second line from the very bottom of the page. You can see there. Oh, now it just jumped up. It's for $15 million right there. The purchase property services. That $15 million is what we have set aside for future building projects. Now, again, with the PSFA and to receive money from the state, we have to show that we have that amount of money set aside. We can't just ask them for the money. They want to see that we can bring 100% of the required amounts. Now, the issue right now is that $15 million as it stands is not enough money to show the PSFA to start Newcomb Elementary. Actually, what we are to show and bring to the table is $20 million. Oh, Rodney just left the room. Is $20 million. So we're actually short of that amount. So one of the things that we're trying to do is, again, what we're going to be doing, and I'm going to be requesting, is a bond to have the board support moving to an election of a general obligation bond to the public. Those funds will again support public projects within our school district and will begin to offset. The other thing that we're doing is that by raising our mill levy rate to over 10%, that will actually give us more negotiation with the PSFA to not have to, and it's not certain right now, for Newcomb Elementary, we're required $20 million. Well, if once we go over that threshold of 10 basis points, then we will have negotiating power with the PSFA to open the state's coffers to actually reduce the amount of money that we have to bring to the table. So the issuance of the EdTech note, which the board has already done in combination with the $15 million that we set aside, we are hopeful that will be sufficient. Those plans moving forward will be sufficient to have the right amount of money set aside to start moving forward with some of the projects within the district. Other than that, as you do know, we did make cuts to staff, so you would see reductions in salaries expenses and fringe benefits expenses across the 15-100 and the 11,000. With that being said, we also saw a 4% increase in salaries. So even though we lost positions, that was offset by the 4% increase. So you didn't see as much of a net gain around those areas. So those numbers look very similar to last year. But again, the board, as we continue to move forward out into the future, we'll have to have those conversations about reassessing, again, capacity next year, reassessing, analyzing how efficient our schools are running in terms of maintenance expenses versus the amount of students in those schools. Those are things that we'll have to continue to look at next year. But we are confident in the budget that we have proposed. Obviously, there's bars that come through next year where we will make adjustments. And as much as Mr. Deswood showed how complex the grant process is and all the different facets, the finance department touches all of that. And for every one of those lines, it's just as complex to think about all the way down to the very penny and how that gets from the bank all the way down out to the field through operations, et cetera, and into the classroom. So budgets are very complex, but at a high level, not making significant changes year over year, but slowly, changing the direction of the ship. We believe that we're headed in the right direction with this budget, and we're requesting approval this evening. So with that, I stand for questions.
Board members, any questions or comments?
I have one.
Go ahead.
I really didn't want to say anything because last week you really covered this well. But because of the announcement you made during Pete's grants and about the 300,000, any more stuff like that?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
I better shut up.
Well, no, here's the thing is I hope you all appreciate that we will, what we're trying to do with the team that we have is be forthright with if there errors will happen, and we want to come and publicly be transparent about that. And just like we discovered, there's Pandora's boxes everywhere. I know technically by the story there's only one, but there's little Pandora's boxes everywhere. If you look at just with the booster clubs, you have a booster club, and that's not on our radar in finance, but all of a sudden, you know, we have one, and next thing we know, we realize we got to go review all of them. The same thing with all of our grants. Some of the transactions and issues that we're seeing, I am out to correct. That's going to take time. We are going to continue to see errors, but we are actively monitoring and trying to catch those and address them in the moment, rather than what we've done in the past is we've had a tendency just to roll over just to get our pet reporting right for the pet so we can just keep moving on. I'm committed to actually catching these errors, addressing them in the fiscal year, whatever amount of time that we need to spend on. Now, does that mean we can catch all of them at one time? I mean, you can see, like I said, the complexity of a budget and the amount of transactions that take place in a year. So I can't tell you that there's not any more. There are more out there, but what you do have is a finance department and a team and a superintendent that is committed to actually addressing those and working together with other departments to resolve them and put new procedures in place so that they don't happen again.
I do have a question. You said that there was a 4% pay increase?
Yes, yes.
Is that from the state or is that from us?
That was from the state, yeah, the state.
So is that a?
Mandated a 4% increase.
They mandated, did they fund the mandate?
Technically with the formula, you saw an increase to cover that 4% increase, yes.
Okay.
So for example, the unit value that we were using last year was 6,600, say, and now it's 6,800. So that $200 extra per student should technically cover a lot of things, but they bury a lot of stuff that they say is covered in the SEG formula, and you know, if it's not actually specified, there's some room for interpretation. But yes, the short answer is yes. The formula that was updated was to cover that. I wanted a short answer, thank you. Sorry, thank you.
Okay. I have a question.
Yes.
In regards to the format, the way the format is, it's more, I guess, more of a broad overview at a macro level. It's not so in-depth. Is that PED's budget, the form, the way it's outlined, or is this something?
This report is generated from OBMS, from the PED. It is a similar format that you can generate for any school to compare. Now I cleaned it up with the borders and the boxes to help understand the different functions, so it's a little easier to read, but this is a state PED report. You can consider it at a high level. I think the revenues is at a very high level, but when you get down to the object code and you're actually grouping by, you can see how much money are we putting towards this function. You know, how much is going towards instruction, and then under the function, the object actually tells you what the specific purchases are. Now, you could get to every individual purchase, but your report would be 100 times longer.
PED wouldn't be looking at, oh, they spent this much on supplies. It would be where they would see it like this, where you're, unless it's tied to grants that they're distributing to our school district.
They do look down at it all the way down to, and Herbie corrects me if I'm wrong, the PED looks at it all the way down to the object code, correct? Or is it past the object code?
Well, for salary, when you go from job class and
Job class and object. So there's only one step past that the PED actually does look that far down into the expenditures. That's where bars become very important, because Basically, what you will be approving, hopefully tonight, is that these are the major categories of where $500,000 is gonna go towards purchase property services under that. Now, the PED kind of steps away, and as you're doing your accounting, those are your budgets that get uploaded, and what matches what's put in the state has to matches your accounting within your school district. If you try to transfer funds over to another account, that's where the PED gets involved, and that's where the bars are required. We have to justify why we move those funds. So that's how they put the checks and balances on us. They are interested in the object codes as well at that level.
And that was gonna be one of my questions in regards to the flexibility of moving or transferring based on need. Like what the question came up earlier was that there was an error.
Yes.
And being able to correct those errors, this allows some flexibility, so we're able to make those modifications as we go along, as long as it's justified. And
yes, and we work with our budget analysts, we work with the other analysts at the PED, and it comes down to bars, budget adjustment requests. So when you put one in, it's scrutinized, we have conversations, they want to understand what's taking place. There's been times in the last months where we call them and we have to explain to them, this is a correction. I just spoke with an analyst today to actually rectify the error that I just discussed this evening, which is we're trying to get adjustments made to clean this up. And we all have to be on the same page, but there is flexibility. And you will see a lot more bars next year under my leadership, because as we dig, we're gonna adjust, and the more we clean it up, the cleaner we'll have a budget year over year. Okay.
okay, are there any other questions or?
All right, just real quick, to do the analysis on impact aid, could you not just pull out all the line items, the fund codes for impact aid, break it down by function, then object code, and that should give you the breakdown of how impact aid is allocated through the district, and then find out where all that money is going.
Yeah, and actually, if you go to the on OBMS,
because if I had the spreadsheet, I could do it right now and figure it out myself.
you could actually do it with that spreadsheet right there. If you did little V lookups and stuff, and you wanted to do a pivot table, you could take those numbers and just break out the 15100 to group that information to understand how the money is flowing.
Yeah, I think one of the other comments that I have is regarding like how much money we get from the state that's aside from the SCG. I know at the New Mexico School Board Association, everyone always fusses, complains about below the line money. When I was actually looking at how much money we were getting, almost $9.7 million of below the line money, which is an increase of $1,010,000, 178 above what we got from last year.
Yes.
So we're doing quite well with below the line.
We do pretty good. We do pretty well in this district, and I know that I've stated to this board, we get criticized for being a rich school, and I know that there's, different views about that. Ultimately, from my perspective and what I see is, we have a bright future ahead of us. If we actually manage the money that we have, we can do some really great things that maybe other schools don't have that advantage that we have. The concern is that the way we've been using that excess money that's provided to us above other schools or districts is to basically cover our butts for salaries or excess here and there. And I think that if we better address that into the future, we're gonna be able to do some really cool things, build some really great, amazing projects, and allocate that money again. We advocated under the 15100 where you'll see salaries. We advocated to maintain and keep our reading specialists, 7 reading specialists, and fund them from impact aid. That's gonna make a huge difference for those kids, that will get that advantage for their life, because we're able to make those strategic decisions of how we're using that money. So That's what our goal is from the finance department and working with other departments, is how can we better spend that money?
If I may.
Go ahead.
That's where that right sizing that we've talked about in the past is very important in order to be able to do that, correct?
Yes, I'm already seeing that there's opportunities for right sizing. Those are, again, hard conversations that we're going to continue to have, just like we had hard conversations about staffing in undercapacity classrooms and dealing with the reality of that. But on the flip side of that, when you have those conversations and those funds free up, then we have the freedom in pairing that with an updated strategic plan to really have and understand where we can put the funds where we want them and be able to execute that.
I think one of the other data points I would like to see is, out of all this money that we have right now, how much of this is actually pushed out to the schools for direct instruction classroom spending? How much are we truly actually spending in the classroom?
That's not an easy answer, okay? And
I see like the central office administration, you have transportation, all this, but what percentage of all this money is actually going into the classroom?
A good portion of it, because again, a majority of the revenue that we receive goes towards salaries, and most of our salaries are in the school systems themselves, supporting directly those kids at the school sites. Now, central office supports kids in different ways to keep the function of the districts going, but a majority of the money, just based on salaries alone, directly touches those schools and directly impacts those kids. Now, if you start to get into materials and instruction or books and supplies, that becomes a more complex answer, and it goes back to the different types of grants that we receive. How ICO and what their mission is and how they execute that to, that's a hard number to measure, but that's something that we could probably come back with at some point. But it's not a straightforward answer. Now, if you want an easy answer based on that and doing a pivot table off that, you could select the function. You could just pull all the function for instruction, and you could get, regardless of its revenue source, and just see a total of the function and add those numbers up for instruction. You could get a rough estimate just in that way alone. But this doesn't, most of the numbers at the top are for operating. It doesn't account for the impact that the grant money that we receive and how that directly goes to our students. And almost all that money goes to our students, or it goes to training our teachers for professional development.
Okay, a question.
Yes.
Does this also reflect any savings account or any investments accounts that the district has?
Yes, we do have investments. So we do have cash that rolls over, and we have bonds that were invested and in liquid assets. Yes.
So it's reflected on this?
That cash is accounted for through the budget. So whatever cash that we have is supposed to be budgeted for or allocated. We can't just sit on cash. So that $15 million is a really great example. We have that as cash, and you can just say that's cash. Mm-hmm. But again, we're required by the state to budget for every dollar that we have to say it's going to go towards this. Now, if we have excesses, they roll over, and our district is unique in the impact aid. Over the last 5 years through COVID, we've been permitted to roll over large amounts of cash, but ultimately the expectation is from the state, and when federal and state funds are provided, is that you are budgeting to spend that money. Mm-hmm. It's not there just to hang on to. So while we do have cash and we have savings accounts, that money is reflected in that we are going to spend it in some way.
So it is reflected.
It is reflected.
Okay.
Yes.
Everything that was my question. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions?
What's encumbered could be unencumbered.
True. It's like a placeholder.
That 15 million wasn't that for the newcomer?
It can be. Ultimately, there's.
It can be.
Well, ultimately, the board has to decide. Again, we having a strategic plan, having direction. I've made a lot of assumptions coming into this district that this district wants to build these projects. that they've already planned for Newcomb Elementary. So I'm under the assumption that's something the board wants to move forward with. Ultimately, we've done the research to set that money aside, but you know, ultimately you set the direction.
All right, and this is one that the board will vote on tonight.
Make a motion to accept the budget as presented.
Second.
Okay, Board Member Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Aspas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member So, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Wells, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then the next item, H General Obligation Election Resolution, consideration of and approval of a resolution proposing general obligation school board ballot question and other matters relating thereto by Mr. Sategna.
Thank you.
I said it.
So basically, we are already bringing to you the language for the board to approve its support to issue out a general obligation bond to the public for $20 million. Now, ultimately, the board doesn't decide if that bond gets passed. The public decides, but what we are this is to engage the state to let them know that we would like to put this on the ballot. I want to be clear and transparent with the board and the public. So ultimately, the ed tech note will help us maintain our mill rate, and actually it will increase our mill levy to over 10%. Right now it's about 9.3. So from that standpoint, the ed tech note has increased the taxes on the public. Now, with that being said, what is being proposed tonight with the general obligation bond, this will not raise taxes going forward. And these funds can be distributed over 4 years for a total of $20 million. Again, that cash that we have to set aside to show and come up with as we pursue other projects around the district for improvements or new buildings that need to be replaced, these funds will support that money that is required to be set aside to meet those requirements. With that being said, I'm just going to go ahead and read out the resolution proposal. It's the resolution proposing general obligation school bond ballot question and other matters relating thereto. Bear with me, it's 1.5 pages, but I think that it's important that we understand what the board is actually voting on this evening. It states, whereas the Board of Education of the Central Consolidated School District, number 22, board and district respectively, in the county of San Juan in the state of New Mexico, has determined that a regular local election will be held on the 4th day of November 2025 pursuant to the Election Code, Chapter 1, Article 2, NMSA 1978. The Public School Code, Chapter 22, NMSA 1978, and Local Election Act, Chapter 1, Article 22, NMSA 1978. Whereas Section 1-16-4B of the Election Code provides that whenever a general obligation school bond question is to be submitted to the voters on a regular local election ballot, not less than 70 days before the election at which the ballot question is to be submitted to the voters, the board shall file a resolution, and that's what we're doing tonight. The board shall file a resolution proposing the ballot question with the county clerk of each county containing any precinct in which votes may be cast or against the local school bond question. Whereas the board has determined upon its own initiative to submit to vote at the election the question of the issuance of its general obligation school bonds in the maximum amount of $20 million, and for the proposed hereinafter specified as permitted by the Election Code, the Local Election Act, and the Public School Code. Whereas neither the general obligation school bond question to be submitted to vote at the election nor any general election school board question has been defeated by the voters of the district at a school bond election held within a period of 2 years prior to the date of election. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Education of the Central Consolidated School District number 22, that is you all, constituting the governing body of said district in the County of San Juan and the State of New Mexico. Section 1, the board hereby proposes that the election be held on the 4th day of November 2025. The following questions shall be submitted to the qualified registered electors of the districts. If you can scroll down. This is the question that the voters will see, and this is what we are proposing to the county. General obligation school bond question. Shall the Board of Education of the Central Consolidated School District number 22, County of San Juan, State of New Mexico, be authorized to issue general obligation bonds of the district in one series or more in the aggregate principal amount not exceeding $20 million for the purpose of erecting, remodeling, making additions to, and furnishing school buildings, including teacher housing, purchasing or improving school grounds, purchasing computer software and hardware for students' use in public schools, providing matching funds for capital outlay projects funded pursuant to the Public School Capital Outlay Act, and any combination of these purposes. Said bonds to be payable from general ad valorem taxes and to be issued and sold at such time or times upon such terms and conditions as the board may determine. Finally, we're here at the end. Number 2, the superintendent shall cause this resolution to immediately be submitted to the county clerk of each county containing any precinct in which votes may be cast for or against the general obligation school bond question, but in no case shall this resolution be submitted later than August 26, 2025. To the extent required by law, the superintendent shall also make written arrangements with each county clerk for payment of costs of the ballot and other related election costs, passed and adopted the 17th day of June 2025.
Question.
So, respectfully, board members and board presidents, this is, you are voting on this question to be issued to the public. You're not voting for the $20 million. So I stand for questions. We're looking for approval on this tonight so that we can move forward with submitting the documentation.
Do we still technically utilize district number 22? Is that still a official designation?
I'm assuming, given this was provided by our municipal bond attorney, Cuddy McCarthy, yes, Cuddy McCarthy, that this language is accurate. It was provided by our attorney, and that is how we are to reference ourselves in this language.
Yeah, I just wanted to make that clear because the question was posed, so I just wanted to clarify that in respects to the document and how it's being asked, that language, District 22, is still applicable in use for all intents and purposes to identify.
Yes.
Okay. So that being the case, I make a motion to approve.
Well, what law firm did you say?
Cuddy McCarthy is our municipal bond advisor. Or not our municipal bond advisor, our municipal bond attorney. So we have a specific attorney that advises us on municipal bond matters. They are the experts in this area. Their attorneys are experts in this area. In working.
They're so expert that they don't get the right name?
No, the name is correct. I think Mr. Montoya was asking if it was correct, and I am saying that it is.
No, I don't remember using number 22 for years now to identify the district with. It's usually just Central Consolidated.
Has been for as long
Okay,
as I've been.
hold on, there's been a motion. Did we get a second?
I seconded.
Okay, there's a second.
Discussion after the second?
Do you want?
I guess the point is you can vote on it and then we can make sure that that's correct.
Okay.
And if it is, fine, and if it isn't, fine.
Okay. We will vote to accept with the clarification.
Possibility,
and
well, yeah, with the clarification and any modifications necessary to the title of the district.
Okay.
Great.
All right, Board Member Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Aspas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member So, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Wells, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Thank you.
So, and if you could just provide the clarification or that clarification, not right now, but you can.
Well, one of the concerns is that we actually have documentation that we have to sign and mail back
Okay.
that has all of this language to be signed by the board members, et cetera. Sharon has that documentation. I'll see if I can actually verify that this evening. If not, it might require you coming back into the office, the central office, to
sign.
sign that document, if
That's fine.
if you're okay with that. There's
Okay.
not a real,
Yeah.
there's not as a rush on this as the other one in terms of the time and getting on agendas at the state.
Just
Okay.
just as long as we, for public consumption, it's correct. That's
Correct.
really what
Yeah.
we're looking at.
Okay, yeah, I can check into that, so we can hold off on signing the documents and verify tomorrow with the municipal bond attorney.
Okay.
And then you'll just have to come into the office, okay?
Okay, that's
I
fine.
have a quick question.
Yes.
Are we gonna be able to use some of this money before tariffs kick in?
No. So this money, if approved by the public in November, will not be available until 2027. So that's a part of maintaining our mill levy rate with the ed tech note is only going to carry us for 1 year. This voting for this in November of 2025, those funds will likely not become available until 2027. And by voting, if this is approved, that mill levy rate will keep it steady for at least out to the next 4 years. So again, I'm giving really long answers tonight, but
Okay.
short answer is
No.
Is no.
No, okay.
Are you all laughing because I
Appreciate-
really am giving long answers? This is really important, y'all. This
Okay.
is like all your money and the students' money.
But then again,
Okay.
the tariff question
It
might be a
deserves
po-
a
a
long-
moot point by then anyway.
If
Yeah.
any conversation that
That's true.
deserves a
All right.
long conversation, it is this
Okay.
one, okay?
I appreciate it, thank you.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
we will move on to section 9, executive session. A, convene an executive session, discussion on limited personnel matters regarding the board's goals and expectation of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1, H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discussion on collective bargaining regarding collective bargaining agreement negotiation as permitted under NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1, H5 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discussion on threatening or pending litigation pertaining to the legal advice as permitted under NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1, H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Do I
I
have a
so
motion?
move.
Do I have a second?
I just had a question. We had executive session last, is there a need for it again?
Yes. So there's already been a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, the vote, Board Member Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Aspas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member So, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Board Member Wells, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Thank you. Thank you, audience, for being here. If
motion.
Good. Okay, number 9B, reconvene in open session, stated that the board has discussed in executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed, discussion on limited personnel matters regarding the board's goals and expectation of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discussion on collective bargaining regarding collective bargaining agreement negotiation as permitted under NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1H5 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discussion on threatened or pending litigation pertaining to legal advice as permitted under NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Do I have a motion?
I so move.
Second.
Okay, Board Member Montoya, how do you vote? Yes. Board Member Aspas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Board Member So, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Wells, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I vote yes. We have reconvened. Item 10, requested action items and or reports for the next future meetings. A, possible items for next meeting. Possible items for future meetings.
I have nothing at this time.
Motion to adjourn.
I'll get back with.
Okay. Anything else? We can email superintendent, send email superintendent with your items, and then on to item 11, adjournment. A, adjourn regular school board
Motion
meeting.
to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, I think it was Board Montoya. Roll call vote. Board Member Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Aspas?
Yes.
Board Member So?
Yes.
Board Member Wells?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Did you say no?
Yes, yes.
Spell it.
Still 11:50.